on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy and gay. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. You've been with an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. All will be happy Come with me on this happy back to the promise. Oh, we'll be happy and you've been going home. I'm not ready. You is welcome home. Down for standing. I am. You are welcome home. Come with me this trip back to the land. Oh, we'll be happy again. Come on this happy trip to the promised land. Oh, happy you've sent home. God will belong. You are always welcome home. Welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. Oh, we'll be happy and you've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you're ready. You are always welcome home. Welcome home. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home. Welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. Oh, we'll be happy and gay. Come with me on the trip back to the promised land. Oh, we'll be happy and gay. You've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home. Welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to the promised land. Oh, we'll be happy and you've been gone.
The presentation outline it involves titles, introduction, title, motivation, objective, introduction, methodology, lab, data collection, results, discussion, and the conclusion, also with a recommendation. Here, as the title says, the motivations which the reason which I'm studying this is because
you've been gone, it's an empty home. Come on back where you really belong. You are always welcome home, welcome home. You've been kept down for much too long. Stand up, please, and say I am free. Don't forget you are welcome home, welcome home. Come with me on this happy trip back to.
My project title says Evaluation of Eco-Friendly Mud Additives Generated from Banana Peel. These are the outlines which are involved in my presentation. Motivation, things which are encouraging me to study this. First, banana peels tend to, pollution from drilling seems to be reduced. Cost of using conventional chemicals is reduced. Also, there is no negative effect to the environment by using banana peels. First, we can say that what is drilling mud? Drilling mud, these are the mixture of waters and clays. The objective conducted here, first, we are going to see to extract banana mud additives from banana peels, also to determine the rheological properties from banana peels. Here we check about viscosity and drilling densities. Also, we are going to determine the filtration loss from the banana peels. As I says, drilling fluids, these are the mixture of water and clays. So this drilling fluid has many functions in the drilling operations, like to remove cuttings from the wellbores, also used for reducing the low circulations. Also, these drilling fluids are used for cooling the drilling bit and the drilling strings. So this project presents the novel alternative for using drilling fluid additive generated from banana peels, which has contained cellulosic fibers. This cellulosic fibers has a tendency of reducing loss circulation as normal conventional additives which are used from the industries. So also this banana peel contains potassium. This potassium has contents which improve the viscosity and stability of the drilling fluid. The advantage of banana peel over conventions: firstly, it is environmental friendly, also local, available, and less cost. Also, cellulosic fibers, as I said here. The methodology which have been conducted: the first is collections of banana peel and its preparation. After that, we are going for production for muddy additives to banana peels. After there, we are going to prepare the drilling fluids. The drilling fluid which will be prepared here is water-based mud. Remember that there are three types of drilling fluids. It's water-based mud, oil-based mud, and synthetic oil-based mud. So here we are using water-based mud. We will see how to prepare it. After that, we are going to see the performance evaluation of produced banana peel on viscosity and filtration. After that, we are going to analyze the effect of banana peels on mud density and the pH. The reagent which are being used in the lab was distilled water. This distilled water was used for preparation for our drilling fluid water-based mud, and we were using tap water. This tap water was for washing the banana peels, for removing the water contaminants. Also, bentonite is a clay which will be used for making our drilling fluids. Also, banana peels is as a additives which will be used. Apparatus which been used in the laboratory was oven for drying our banana peels, mud balance for measuring the density, also measuring weight. This is measuring the mass of our additives, also measuring cylinders, beakers, mud mixer for mixing our drilling fluids. Also, there is a mash furnace for measuring the viscosity. Also, there is a low pressure and low temperature filter press. This is instrument used for measuring the filtration loss. These are mud additives which are being collected in the local areas. So after collecting it, we are going to wash it. After wash it, then it was dried. So this is a writing typing error, up to 100 degrees Celsius for 48 hours, so as to remove water contents. After that, the storage into the steel plastics. This is a preparation of water-based mud by mixing the bentonite with the distilled water. This is our prepared banana peels. After that, we are going to see this is the flow chart which shows how we collect and conduct the preparation of our banana peels. By collection, after collection, you dry it. After that, we are burning or we are drying into the oven. After that, we are grinding into the small fine particles so as for further experiment. These are the results obtained after lab experiment by seeing the effect on viscosity and filtration loss. On viscosity, we are using two instruments. The first one is mash funnels and viscometers. In mash funnels, we are measuring it by taking and recording the flow rate against the time. This is in centimeters, in flow rate of the mash funnels against the seconds. This is a second. Also, this is the recording of viscometer through 600 revolution per minute and 300 revolution per minute. Here, after recording this, we will calculate the apparent viscosity, we will calculate plastic viscosity, and we will calculate the, can say, we will have gel strength. We see how the mud additives can sustain this rotation once the revolution stops. After that, we will see the filtration volume, And it seems that once we are increasing our mud additives here, see that the volume tend to decrease as we increase our mud additives. Also, this the mud cake thickness shows that on increasing mud additives, our mud thickness tends to increase, which implies that low circulation tend to be reduced. Means that this mud additives from banana peel is one among of the additives which reduce the low circulation. These are the graphs which shows the result of how banana peel affects our viscosities. So this shows the effect of additives on plastic viscosity. As we increase amount of banana peel from the rows, see that our viscosity tend to increase, which means it is good in viscosity. Also, in apparent viscosity also tend to increase as we increase our banana peels. Also, in case of yield points, also tend to increase as we increase amount of banana peels. Here is the effect on density. It seems that it has no effect on densities. In pH, it seems that the pH tend to decrease as we increase amount of banana peel, but it remains within the same range from 8 to 10.5. In conclusion, you can say that banana peel additives can significantly affect viscosity and filtration properties with negligible effect on density and the pH of water-based mud. Hence, banana peel can be used as a viscosifier as well as filter reducers. On a recommendation, here says that comparison of performance of banana peel additives with current conventional chemical additives must be performed before concluding if the banana peel. Yes, thank you. If we performance should be conducted before concluding if the banana peel can be used as a substituent. Also, furthermore study should be conducted on the performance of banana peel on water-based mud at high pressure and high temperature according to the pattern of filtration against the concentration at low temperature and low pressure. Because this study was conducted at the low pressure and the low temperature conditions. So further study should be conducted to see how does it affect on high pressure and high temperature conditions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. And my own question is very simple. It's even non-technical. I'm just wondering, right? You took your time to take a picture of the banana peels, right?
Yes.
Why didn't you take a picture of you undergoing the experiment, a picture of the apparatus, perhaps a video of you doing the measurements? Because I can't see any evidence, apart from plots, of you doing this. So my question is, why did you go through the pain of taking pictures of banana peels, but we didn't see any picture of you or videos in the lab or the equipment?
Can say that it is my final year project. According to our rules of our institute, we are not supposed to make our pictures while we are presenting it. So, but I have a picture which I'm conducting in the laboratory at my phone here. In my presentation here, I didn't make it. Yes.
That was a wonderful presentation. Just want to find out one thing from you. I realize you used distilled water and water from the tap. And I'm wondering, what was the pH of the water you used and what effect did it have on your final pH? Just a follow-up. I saw your filtration giving you about 18.2 mm for the control without any additive. I'm just wondering, was the base fluid that you formulated good enough to start adding those additives?
Pardon?
Your control base mad, the 0 gram, not adding any additive.
Yes.
Your lost circulation, the fluid content you got was 18.2 mm. And I'm asking, was it a good formulation to start with?
According to lab experiments, and the literature says that on preparation of water-based mud, we are using distilled water, not tap water. Distilled water with bentonite. The result which will obtain after measuring the filtration based on distilled water and the bentonite was that which I'm recording.
Okay, just based on your assumptions, okay?
Yes.
You chose a low temperature and low pressure kind of setting.
Yes.
Why? Why not high pressure and high temperature?
It's because, firstly, the access of doing my experiment in high pressure and the high temperature is not access to that, and it is very high. It is very high cost on conducting filtration or on high pressure and high temperature. Based on the experiment, most lab they are using low pressure and high pressure filter press. Based on the lab experiments, they are using high pressure and low temperature filter press conditions. So as you can use that data to compare with further experiment on high pressure and high temperature.
All right, thank you.
Robert, are we ready to go with the next the online presentation? Okay, so what about Agbo from the University of Ghana? He's not here? Oh, he didn't submit in time. Okay, so we'll move on then with Ifaneke Alexander Oluwasina. Okay, let me just give you this. This is the...
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my distinguished judges. My name is Ifaneke Alexander, and I'm from the Department of Petroleum Engineering at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria. So I'm here to give a presentation on my research work titled A Machine Learning Approach for Fracture Density Estimation Conventional Law. Now this is what I intend to discuss, illustrated as an outline. And I would like to give a bit of context into the background for this research study. So basically, there's a significant amount of reservoirs that contribute to global current production and that also contribute to the current hydrocarbon reserves that we have globally that are naturally fractured carbonates. And this type of reservoirs are characterized with they're characterized with fractures that typically ranges from microscopic fissures to kilometer-wide fractures that are known as swamps, right? And natural fractured carbonates, they typically account for about 40% of the global gas-proven reserves and about 50 to 60% of the global world-proven oil reserves. Now, many of you have been wondering why fracture characterization is very important. And that is because accurate estimation of fractures gives us an insight into reservoir productivity and into predicting the flow behavior of reservoir fluids. Now, there are several methods that are used for characterizing fractures, right? One of them is pressure analysis during well testing. But the limitation with this approach is that it has limited spatial resolution. Now, another approach is scoring analysis, right, which involves the observation and the analysis of core samples. But the issue with this is it's a time-consuming and expensive process. And as we all know, one of the properties of reservoirs is that they are heterogeneous. So, and we know that a core is only but a small fragment of the reservoir. And because of that, it might not give an actual representation of the reservoir in totality. And there's also the issue of disturbed samples, because as you begin to extract the core, mechanical influences can cause induced fracture. And when you take the core to the laboratory, you can get an overestimation of the fractures that are present in it. Currently, borehole image logs are currently used to estimate fractures. They show better performance as compared to core analysis. But the issue with them is the cost of this equipment limits their applicability in most wells. Now, in view of this research has three main objectives. The first is to explore the feasibility of using machine learning methods as a means to predict fracture density in the absence of core samples. And the next is to develop a robust workflow that seeks to account for the limitations that other research work have failed to account for. In terms of performance, this research work seeks to propose a model that generalizes better than models that were documented in previous research literature. Now, in light of this, in order to achieve objectives, I leveraged on machine learning as a tool in my research methodology. Now, many of us will be wondering that what exactly is machine learning, right? Machine learning typically is an aspect of artificial intelligence that helps you to learn representations and hidden patterns in data, right? With the use of statistical algorithms and statistical model, such that whatever system that you create can help you make predictions on unseen data. Now, you look at the flow charts at the bottom, it is typically a machine learning workflow, right? Which begins with data acquisition, to pre-processing, to you distributing your data set into a training and a testing set. The training set is used to develop your model, your testing set is used to evaluate your model, and once you've reached a significant performance level, you can then make predictions. Now, over the past years, various researchers have tried using different data-driven methodologies to predict fracture density. Now, in light of this, in order to understand the context of research that has been done in this space, I decided to compare data-driven methodologies by some researchers. And the prominent among these is the works of Baudu and the works of Rajabi. Now, Baudu in 1998, he proposed that we can invert seismic velocities into fracture density. And he also gave a suggestion that we should incorporate petrophysical data into our analysis to get a better estimate. Now, Rajabi investigated use of optimizer model on petrophysical data. He got a very high performance workflow, but the adoption to the industry will be limited because of the complexity of his model. Now, the other three, which are Javari, Sasu, and Nauri, their works are characterized by limited data. So they trained their models using few data, and as a result, the results that they presented were an overestimate of their model actual generalization capacity. So in light of this, most especially, in order to account for the limitation in data, like I said, that those three works had, I decided to use a public data set that belongs to the Vov field in the Norwegian continent in Norway. Now, this data basically consists of petrophysical parameters such as the porosity log, the medium resistivity log, gamma ray log, amongst others, right? I divided my data set into two portions. 75 of it was used to train my model, and 25 of it was used to test the model. Now, in this workflow, I analyzed 3 wells, data from 3 wells in that region. Now, I didn't stop there. I decided to perform exploratory data analysis. Now, the goal of this was to understand which of the input parameters, which of the log, best contribute to the variance that are in the target parameter. And in the target parameter, when I mean target parameter, I'm trying to talk about the parameter that we want to predict, which is the fracture density. And basically, fracture density represents the number of fractures you have per unit length in a reservoir interval in cumulative fractures per unit volume. Now, I also performed correlation analysis to understand how each of these log, how they correlate with one another and how they also correlate with the fracture density. Now, if you look over here, you would see this is called a correlation matrix. It shows the Pearson correlation coefficient for each of these logs, and the colors also signify, the order of increasing correlation. Then I also want you to know that this data set consisted of missing values and outliers. Now, typically in a machine learning workflow, you'll be required to substitute these missing values, but I did not do that. Now, this is because we have this understanding that when your well-logged data has issues, it could be due to complex geology or it could be due to bad hole conditions. Now, I wanted my model to be able to distinguish between variances that are due to these conditions and variances that give an indication of fracture density. Now, in light of this led to the model development. Now, this is a flowchart that shows the entire process for developing the model. Now, input features such as the gamma ray log, the median resistivity log, and other derived logs such as the Poisson ratio were served as inputs to develop 3 different machine learning algorithms: a recursive linear regression, the XGBoost mode, and the tablet model. Now, I used my training set to develop the model, to train the model, so that it can learn meaningful relationship in the log data. Then I validated it using the test set. Now, I performed error analysis to understand how the predicted values from the model, how they deviate from the actual values that were given in our data set. I employed 2 metrics, the mean squared error and the coefficient of determination. Now, many of you will be asking, why did you employ the mean squared error and why did you not employ any other method? Now, the reason why I used the mean squared error was because, it penalizes large errors than smaller errors. And like I said, one of the limitations of the previous research work is that their models were trained on limited data and they overestimated. So I want to put a significance on penalizing overestimates, because that is one of the things I intend to solve. Now, in situations whereby after training the model, I didn't get a good performance, I optimized the parameters of the model. Now, hyperparameters, they refer to parameters of your model that you can tune to get better results. When I got desirable performance, I then decided to use the model to make the predictions. Now, many of you will be wondering, why did I use these 3 different algorithms? What was the purpose? Now, the reason why I chose these 3 algorithms was the fact that linear regression is a simple model and it's interpretable. Right? We mentioned the fact that Rajabi, he created optimizer models that were complex. XGBoost is non-linear, it's scalable. For Tabnet, it's a sequential model, and it's a high-performance model. So the objective is, I want to be able to compare how a linear model, how a non-linear model, and how a sequential model fare, right, when it comes to fracture density prediction. Now, I didn't stop there. I went ahead to make a comparison of these different models after developing and evaluating their performance. Now, you would see from the table to my left, it shows the model, the coefficient of determination score, and the mean squared error. And you would see that the Tabnet ranks first, right? Now, the R2 score ranges between 0 and 1. The closer it is to 1, the better it is. The MSE score, the closer it is to 0, the better it is. Now, you also see from the charts that the Tabnet performs better than these 2 models. And this suggests that sequential models are better than linear models like linear regression and parametric models like XGBoost in terms of predicting fracture density. Now that we've established the fact that Tabnet model was the best performing model, I'm sure many of you would be wondering how Tabnet makes its decision-making process, right? Now, typically, this is how the model decides or predicts fracture density. It takes the input values, which are the logs. Now, it splits the data set in terms of increasing depths, right? It takes probably the first 1,000 feet, the second 1,000 feet. It takes it in intervals like that. And it builds a collection of decision trees on it. Now, these decision trees will be able to identify which logs were important for prediction. That is what we call a mask. The mask is a series of binary values that tells you, oh, the gamma ray log is the most important, the caliper log is also important, and this one is also important. Now, these input subsets were used to build a deep learning model, right? And this was done over and over till the entire data was exhausted and an aggregate was made in order to provide an estimate of the fracture density and feature importance. Now, like I said in my research objective, one other thing I'm looking at doing is to compare how it fares against previously documented models. So I did a comparative analysis between my model, the best performing one, which is Tabnet, and I also compared it with other works of literature. Now, I compared this with the works of Jafari, with the works of Zazun, and also with the work of Nauri. And from both performance metrics, you would see that Tabnet has the lowest mean squared error and the highest coefficient of determination, which shows that it outperforms the documented models of these 3 existing research literature. Now, I didn't stop there. It's not just enough for us to understand how predictions are made or how the estimate came about. We want to understand, can we give an interpretation to what the model is saying? Now, if you look to my left, you would see a plot that shows the predicted fracture density on the y-axis and the observed fracture density on the x-axis. And that dotted line gives an indication of a perfect prediction. Now, each of those dots represents the predicted fracture density. And how close they are to that line represents the error margin. And you can see that the model is quite spot on. Now, to my right is a feature importance plot that shows which of these input features, how do they fare? What is their importance in terms of the model decision-making process? And you will see that the caliper log, the compressivity, the sonic log, that's compressive wave time log, and the resistivity logs are the top most important features in the decision-making process. Now, this shows that the tablet model can actually learn representation from petrophysicals data to predict fracture density. What is the significance of this work? What is the application of this work to the petroleum engineering industry? Now, with this work, I've been able to provide a scalable and I've been able to provide a robust approach that seeks to predict fracture density, right, in the absence of core samples, and that can be integrated into existing field development plans to better review opportunities and to manage risk. Now, this work has 4 important applications in terms of well planning and drilling optimization. Now, this would help us, because of these model estimates, we can identify highly fractured zones and possible hydrocarbon bearing zones. So this could help in steering or optimizing the trajectory of our wells in order to intersect such zones. Now, in well performance analysis, we understand that we want to be able to analyze how our reservoir will perform over time. And that is dependent on the porosity and the permeability of our reservoir. And I believe you agree with me that both the porosity and the permeability of our reservoir are heavily dependent on the fracture. So with better fracture estimates, we can impute this into models that will help us get better predictions of our fluid flow rates over time and the permeability as well. In terms of reservoir characterization and modeling, there's something called a discrete fracture network, which basically takes well logs, it takes core sample data, it takes a number of things with image borehole logs, and it tries to create like a 3D representation of what the reservoir looks like in terms of fracture intensity. Now, I believe that you can incorporate the estimates from this model to softwares like Petron and Eclipse to model discrete fracture networks. And by incorporating the estimates from this model as a parameter to that kind of discrete fracture network, you can help fine-tune and reduce the uncertainty that is characterized with discrete fracture networks. Now, there's also the aspect of exploration risk assessment. In our industry, sustainability is key, and we are very, very big on environmental impact. If we drill in areas that are highly dense and that are connected to underground water resources, chemicals and mud filtrates from our operations can leach into those environments. Now, the goal here is, because we're able to identify highly dense zones, we can evade these zones and evade such environmental impact. In summary, for those who lost me along the way, the objective of this work is, it's very simple. The objective of this work is we want to build a model that can use well logs as a proxy to estimate fracture density, right? Our methodology, in the methodology, right, I used different regression techniques to predict fracture density from well logs. And in performance, we compared that and we saw that Tabnet evolved and Tabnet surpassed all as the best, right? And in terms of application, I'm saying that we can use these predictions to identify high-density fracture zones, reduce environmental risk, and improve the success of drilling campaigns. Now, what is the impact of this study? Right? We know that to optimize production from unconventional resources, we need to perform artificial stimulation technologies, such as hydraulic fracturing. Right? And for you to induce fracture in a rock, it's dependent on the natural system of fractures that existed in that rock in the first place. So, by getting better estimates, we can identify densely fractured zones, we can optimize production from unconventional reservoirs, and this would help us to optimize the design of hydraulic fracturing and stimulation technologies. Now, conclusion. So in conclusion, I've been able to show you that Tabnet as a model surpasses linear regression, which is a linear model. It surpasses a non-linear model like XGBoost, and even the documented models in previous research literature in terms of predicting fracture density. Now, many of you will be asking, why is Tabnet doing this? It is because of something called a sequential attention mechanism. It has the capability to recognize pattern, right? It recognizes the most important features with the mask. We know in this decision tree, sonic log is the best. In this decision tree, density log is the best, and we are able to make predictions with that. Now, what is the future of this work going forward? What's my recommendation? What's the plan for improvement? I believe that it's not just enough to estimate the fractures. We should be able to make a 3D model that shows the intensity of the fracture in our reservoir. So the goal is to develop a sequential fracture, a sequential workflow that will predict and also give a 3D model of the fractional volume and show the intensity. Now, this is a list of references that were consulted during the course of my study. I'm very grateful for you listening to me, and I'll appreciate any questions from the judges. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll borrow your favorite phrase. One may wonder why. I have no question for you.
Sir? Sir?
Okay, I have just one. I just want to find out how caliper log played a vital role in your work.
Okay. So if we go back to the plot that shows the feature importance, you would see that the caliper log was, the model believed that the caliper log was the most important in making decision process in prediction. Now, we have the understanding that our caliper log basically monitors the diameter of our well bore, right? And when you have a cup that is cracked already, right? If you apply a little force to it, it's very easy for that cup to fracture. Am I right? Now, as you drill, if you encounter zones that are densely fractured, right, and you penetrate those zones, right, you have the understanding that the way they will break would exceed your drift diameter, which is basically the maximum diameter of the drill bit that can enter into your hole and come out. Now, these differences will show on your caliper log because your caliper log measures the consistency of your bore diameter, sir. But one thing that we need to know is...
All right.
Okay.
What was the data set you used?
Yes, the data set is from the Vovoy field. It's a petrophysical data set from the Vovoy field in Norway.
The number of data sets?
Okay, the number of data sets, I used 15,000 data points.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Nice presentation. During the start of your presentation, you mentioned the limitations for some of the approach that was previously used in estimating fracture, right?
Yes.
So for your own approach, what is the limitation?
Okay, for this my approach, I believe that one of the limitations with it might come with the fact that I believe that 15,000 data points might not be enough, right? And also, the limitations with this approach is that we are not able to create a global model that can predict irrespective of the wells that we are in. And that is because our reservoirs are heterogeneous. So this workflow only gives you localized models that you can use to estimate fracture density for localized reservoirs in local places. You cannot use this model to get a global model that irrespective of the reservoir or well, you make fracture density. You can only use it to get localized, tailored models to localized reservoirs. Companies can adopt it and use it to make predictions for their local reservoirs. You're welcome, sir. Do you have a question for me? Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So obviously we are very pressed for time. So what we're going to do is we'll move on with Ismail next from the University of Lagos. And then, so Joel is prepared, we'll go straight into your presentation afterwards before we take a quick 5-minute bio break, and then we can move on into the virtual presentation and the rest of the presentations for the day. So that's the plan as it stands. Okay? So, Ismail, let's get you set up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, my fellow judges. My name is Ismail Shoto from the Department of Chemical and Petroleum Engineering, University of Lagos, Nigeria. And I'll be presenting on my paper, which is Effective Management of Electric Submersible Pump, a Predictive Failure Analytics Approach. So, over the course of this presentation, I'll be taking you through from the introduction to the literature review, to the methodology results, and finally to the conclusion. So first of all, we need to define what electric submersible pump is. Electric submersible pump is an artificial lift method which is used to raise liquid from the reservoir whose energy is not enough to naturally raise the liquid to the surface. And over 60% of total global oil production uses artificial lift method, with 90% of every oil well adopting ESPs to bring oil to the surface. And also, knowing that electric submersible pump is a way of bringing fluid to the surface and is actually a solution to wells which doesn't have the required energy to bring fluid to the surface, then why does it exhibit failure? Now, ESP failure generally leads to production interruption that amount to thousands or millions of barrels of deferred oil production, and also the cost of well intervention. So well intervention in the sense that the logistics of replacing ESP, that is, looking at the time it takes for you to dismantle a pump, perform ESP failure analysis on it, is actually something that we don't want to do. So thereby leading us to the reason why we need to provide a system that actually predicts ESP failure. So the reason we're actually predicting ESP failure to actually monitor the health condition of the ESP. So with this, we are able to come up with a predictive failure analytics that actually uses advanced machine learning model, utilizing the neural networks and the extreme gradient boosting to provide an intuitive way of predicting downhole failure of ESP up to 7 days ahead. So I'll take you through the components of an ESP. Actually, an ESP is a multiple stage centrifugal pump that lifts liquid to the surface through the motor powered by the electric cable from the surface. So we have the surface equipment, the power supply, we also have the phase transformer, which smoothing the harmonics and also help us to maintain the voltage and amperage requirement of the ESP, and the variable speed drive, which records the downhole well parameters that are being recorded through the SCADA system, that's the supervisory control and data acquisition system, from the sensor. Now looking at the downhole system, we have the sensor which records the real-time data acquisitions from the well, and the motor which generates sufficient head pressure to lift the liquid to the surface. So looking at the problem statement, we have a trend of an ESP, a marginal feed, spanning over 8 to 10 years. Looking at the failure rate of this ESP, it has about 30 installations and has experienced more than 20 failures over the span of 8 years. So what are the causes of this failure? The major causes of ESP failure is actually the electrical failure, accounting for over 61% of ESP failures, and followed by the motor failure and the gas locking. When I say gas locking, I mean, normally when we are producing through the ESP, and we have a well of high GOR, so there's a tendency of we producing gas along with the ESP. So by the time the gas starts entering the ESP, there's a case of bubbles being formed in the ESP, limiting the amount of liquid that will be produced by the ESP. So that's what we mean by gas locking. And also, as earlier mentioned, production interruption that amounts to millions of barrels. So I'll be taking you through the literature review. So this is a capture of research work done by, first of all, we have the Rodriguez. He mentioned he worked on a case study on PCA application of ESP installations on magical well feed, with the major outcome being the economic importance of artificial lift, and the limitation being lack of real-time data to actually spot deviation as they occur. And we also have Luli. He talked about ESP4 diagnosis using well parameters, and the limitations being difficulty adapting to new data or environment. And also we have Adeson who worked on using PCA analysis and XGBoost to predict ESP failures. The positive we could take from there is actually providing signal 7 days prior to event, but with lower accuracy. So I'll be taking you through the research methodology. First of all, after importing your data, we try to split our data into two. We have the validation, which is taking 30%, and training data set, 70%. And we try to feed the model by identifying the correlations between the independent variable and the target variable. And then we try to train the model to generate predictions, and then evaluate the model on unlabeled data. So first of all, we take a look at the PFA, that's the predictive failure analytics approach, which uses the neural network. So the neural network here is actually the recurrent neural network, the LSTM to be specific, that's the long short-term memory, which is a time sequence model. So it is assumed that the failure is usually caused by previous readings. So in this model, we try to look at the well parameters, which is usually measured by the downhole sensors, taking the pump discharge pressure as the major parameters here, because for we to know if the well is about to fail, there will be a sudden, or there will be the pump discharge pressure tending to 0. So when the pump discharge pressure tends to 0, we'll be able to know if there's an incidence of an impending failure. So correlating this model. So this is actually the well parameters that are being used. We have the intake pressure, the discharge pressure, the motor temperature, the frequency, and also the VSD current. So in this model, we also look at the correlations between these pump parameters. So at the end of the day, we try to channel this neural network model using the XGBoost to further improve the accuracy of the model, since we already have the positive that the neural network model is actually a time sequence model. So it helps us to generate our model with respect to time. So from the neural network, we are able to train the result, the output gotten from the neural network using the K-fold cross validation algorithm, and thereby fitting the model, training the model repeatedly, and then trying to make predictions. And as we make the prediction, we try to get error, we keep training it using the hyperparameter tuning to tweak the model in order to improve the performance of the prediction. So, from the results and discussion, using the neural network, we are able to generate a correlation heat map for different parameters, with the indicator being the color and the sizes. The sizes here, meaning the larger the number, the higher the correlation between the parameters. So when we have a positive, when there's a positive, we say there's a regular correlation, and when there's a negative, we say there's an inverse correlation. And also using the color, the navy blue color indicates the stronger correlations, and also the white indicates a negative correlation. So taking you through the results and discussion from the SGBoost model, it is important for us to analyze the performance of the classifier SG model we used. So first of all, we label the number of correctly categorized signal from the SGBoost as the pre-walkover signal. And then from this, we could be able to determine the precision of our model. The true positive being the number of correctly categorized pre-walkover signal, and the true positive plus false negative are the all other pre-walkover signals in the model. So the precision tells us the percentage accuracy or the percentage true alarm from the model. So when we say a correctly categorized pre-walkover signal, it means we are receiving alarm. We are receiving alarm of high accuracy for a label we are actually interested in. So the true positive being the label we are actually interested in. And then we also have the true positive rate, which is used to measure how capable our model is of getting or finding the correct categorized pre-walkover signal. So it's also known as the recall. So from this model, we are able to correlate this event, correlate our historical event with the unlabeled data and try to predict using the unlabeled data. So from a particular well, we make our prediction. So we are able to get a prediction 3 days ahead before the actual failure event from first well, and the second one a day before, the third one 2 days, and then for well 4, we actually got the prediction after the well has exhibit failure. Why? Because looking at the data trend, there were cases where this is actually a case where the pump parameters are actually being stable, and then there happens a sudden failure. So in the well 5, we are able to get a prediction 3 days before, about 6 or 7 days, then well 7. Then classification of the report classification from our 7 days or less pre-event analysis and the precision we are able to get, we got a precision of about 80% and a recall of about 60%. So the F1 score here simply means the harmonic mean of, it tells us how capable our model is of finding the pre-walkover signal, and it tells us how precise our model is and how robust it is. So now we look at the model evaluation. How good is the model? Now, to evaluate this model, we use the receiver operating characteristics and the precision recall curve. Now, from the receiver operating characteristics to determine, it's actually a plot of the true positive rate against the false positive rate. So determine the performance of this model is actually from the receiver operating characteristics. The closer it is to the top left, the better the predictive performance of the model. So we actually got a fold, the threshold from the data fold of 10, and also try to get the area under the curve. The area under the curve score actually helps us to determine the performance of our model. The higher it is, the better the performance. From this tenfold, we are able to get the mean area under the curve to be 0.94, which tells us we are having the model is actually of good performance. But the misleading thing here is that using the historical data, the data actually is an hugely imbalanced data set. So it's quite misleading to use the receiver operating characteristics to actually judge the performance of this model. So we use the precision recall curve. Now, here is a comparison of two algorithms that was used. Now, from these two, the closer it is to the top right, that's 1-1, the better the performance. So from these two algorithms, you could see that algorithm 2 is more closer to the top right than algorithm 1, which makes it a better choice to solve a particular problem or to provide the quality performance of the model. Now, this is actually the precision recall curve from the model, which is closer to 1, and it has an AUC of 70%. That's 0.74. So at the end of the day, we are able to get a recall value, which is 60%, and a precision of 80%. The precision is less, the recall is actually less than the precision, simply because from the model, we are able to get an alarm of high precision, usually not for all days, usually not for all days before the failure actually. So it's like we are getting false alarm from the model. So that's why we have a recall value less than the precision. And also, at the end of the day, we are able to, from this model, we should be able to predict impending failure and also help us to plan walkover activities, make proactive decisions in monitoring the ESP conditions, and also improve the energy supply chain. Thank you. No question.
So thank you so much. Back again to your data set. What data set did you use?
Actually, I'm opportune to intern in an oil company, so I was privileged to use their data set of over 10 years for this.
Data set, the number.
About 2,000 points.
Okay. All right. You made mention that this approach will be able to predict failure 7 days before even it happens.
Yeah.
But based on the accuracy and based on the system saying failure is going to failure happen, let's say today, days later, is that very accurate?
Actually, the accuracy of this model is not 100%. So there's a possibility of you getting a false alarm, actually a 15% false alarm on the data set. So it's not actually 100%. So that's actually a limitation for this model. So we could probably try to get more data sets from different oil fields in order to train this model and improve the performance. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So moving on swiftly, if I can invite Joel to the stage from the University of Mines and Technology. Get you set up here, Joel. And then I'm very sorry, but the promised 5 minutes break is no more. And after Joel, we'll be moving straight on to Lutakomi. I think that's how you say it. So we'll be moving straight on after Joel.
Okay, so good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joel Sechimens, and I'm presenting on application of artificial intelligence to monitor leaks from pumps. So this is going to be the presentation outline, and I hope you enjoy the presentation. So in the production of hydrocarbon, the use of equipment play a key role. And however, these equipments are prone to leaks. And as you can see from the video over here, you realize that you see an example of a leak occurring, and these leaks can be very easy to detect. And again, these leaks can be very difficult to detect. So then what do? It's very important to monitor the operations of these equipment, as leakage from these equipment can have environmental and health issues. So traditional methods for monitoring these leaks are expensive and time-consuming. And in addition to that, they are prone to errors, making them inefficient in precisely detecting these leaks, allowing for the gradual release of hydrocarbon into the surrounding environment. So I think the video is back now, but we can skip. So in this slide, we see some of the effects of hydrocarbon leaks. And in the first picture, we can see the damage that this leakage has done to the ocean. And you can imagine yourself living in such an environment. It's going to be catastrophic. And in the next picture, I don't know if it's very clear, but you can see a dolphin swimming in a leaked environment. And science has shown that these things are able to cause these organisms to mutate. And again, when we consume these animals who have been exposed to leaks, we can also develop severe health issues. And as you can see from the last picture over here, you could see the death of the dolphin, which shows how serious this particular issue is. And if care is not taken, it can lead to the endangerment of some of the species that we have in the sea. So, what can the oil and gas industry do? So the oil and gas industry can apply digital technologies like artificial intelligence and machine learning to monitor these leaks. So in the world of leak detection, several works have been conducted, and predominant among them is the use of artificial intelligence to monitor leaks from pipelines. However, no significant research has been done on applying artificial intelligence to monitor leaks from pumps. But looking at it critically, pumps can leak huge quantity of hydrocarbon into the environment when not monitored properly. And we are going to look at a case study to prove this. So in April 2016, an offshore rig off the coast of Australia leaked oil continuously into the ocean. And the quantity of oil that was released was 66 barrels of oil at a rate of 1 barrel of oil per day. And this happened for 2 solid months. And the cause of the leak was identified to be a degrading seal, and this is a component of a pump. So, before I come to the research objective, you can see the crabs shouting for help, help, help. And I'm sure if they had the opportunity, they would have done some demonstration. But this work is actually here to address their concern. So in this research, a machine learning-based approach that utilizes pump sensor data is used to monitor leaks from pumps. So how was the work done? So the work was sectioned into 2 components. We have the data set component and we have the model development. So for the data set, the data was described. We looked at the limitation of the data, and we used correlation to address the limitations of the data. And for the model development, we looked at data pre-processing, which simply means preparing the data before using it for training. And again, to the last, we have model training and we have model evaluation. So for the data description, the pump sensor data used in this project was obtained from Kaggle, and it consisted of 220,320 sensor data. And it's comprised of timestamp, that's the time the sensor readings were taken. Sensors, there were 52 sensors in total. And it had a machine status of broken, recovering, and normal. So what were the limitations of the data set? So first, we want to apply this work in an oil and gas setting. But this data set is a centrifugal water pump. And the next thing too is that it focused on the pump health. Is the pump healthy? Is it broken? Is it recovering? So we look at the next session to address these problems. So in the next session where we correlate the data set to be leak specific, what happens is that to address the first limitation, we first looked at the difference between water and oil centrifugal pumps. And basically there are 2 differences. The first one is the impeller design. So the impeller design of water is designed to handle less viscous fluid. And that of oil, the impellers are designed to handle more viscous fluid. And again, for the materials, the water is designed to withstand corrosion. The materials are designed to withstand corrosion. And that of oil is designed to withstand high temperature and pressure. So looking at the difference and applying it in this work, it was realized that the result is not going to be very significant such that we cannot even apply it in this work at all. So we realized that the differences are quite similar. They are quite similar, but the differences are not too significant, so we can go on. And the next one is correlating the pump health to pump leakage. So in this particular correlation, a sensitivity analysis was conducted. So random forest algorithm, and actually there's a linkage between pump leakage and pump health. So random forest algorithm was used to extract the most important features which had significance on the label. When I say the label, the machine status. And when these significant features were obtained, parameters that could cause leak was used to extract the available sensors remaining. And as a result of that, machine status of booking was corresponding to, the machine status was corresponding to leaks and no leaks. So moving on to the model development phase. So the data was pre-processed by performing data wrangling and normalization. So null values in the data set were filled using a linear interpolation equation to fill the null values in the data set. And again, to the min-max equation was used to put the sensor readings in the scale of 0 and 1 to ensure consistency across the sensor reading. And again, to moving on to the model, we have machine learning algorithms, and we also have unsupervised learning machine algorithms. So for the machine learning, supervised machine learning algorithms used, we have random forest, support vector machines, naive Bayes. And for the unsupervised machine learning algorithms, we have isolation forest. So a hybrid of supervised and unsupervised machine learning algorithms were considered. And how were the models evaluated? So the performance metrics used to evaluate these models were precision, recall, F1 score, and leave one out cross-validation technique. So to apply this project in real time, this is the flow chart that you can follow to apply this project in real time. But because of that, because of time, I would have to skip this. So moving straight to the results. So this shows the sensitivity analysis, the first stage, that's using random forest to extract the important features. And you could see that out of the 52 sensors, you have about, I know that it's not very visible, but you have about 19 sensors having significant impact on the labels. And you can see from the chart over there, the bar graphs over there. And the next one, after fine-tuning after fine-tuning the remaining features to be leak specific, the sensors were further streamlined to only 9 parameters. And out of them, motor coupling vibration had the most important impact on the label, and pump casing vibration had the least important impact on the label. And after that, a count plot of the data set was plotted, and we could see that the percentage of leaks to no leaks. And for that of leaks, we have 4%, and that of no leaks, we have 96%. And we can confidently say that the data is imbalanced. And as such, we must find a better way of getting the actual performance of the model. So that influenced our choice to use the leave one out cross-validation technique. So basically, for the leave one out cross-validation technique, the data set was splitted into 10 different subsets. So what happens is that each subset is used for training at each particular instance. So for example, in the first instance, you have 10 data sets. The first subset is used to test. The rest is used for training. And in the second instance, the second subset is used to test. The rest is trained. So that was done 10 times to ensure that all the subset passed through for testing. And this is the results after performing the leave one out cross validation technique. And for the sake of time, I'll skip the precision and recall, move straight to the F1 score, which captures both the precision and recall. And from the results, we could see that random forest had the highest accuracy, followed by naive Bayes, and then lastly, support vector machine. And moving straight to the performance matrix of the unsupervised learning machine algorithm, we could see that it had an accuracy of 0.963. And comparing this to that of, comparing the unsupervised machine learning algorithm to the supervised learning machine algorithm, we could see that the least accurate among the supervised learning machine algorithm performed better than the unsupervised learning machine algorithm. So we could say that the supervised learning machine algorithm proved to have a better accuracy than the unsupervised learning machine algorithm. So in conclusion, supervised and unsupervised learning machine algorithms were used to monitor pumps and detect leaks, with supervised learning machine learning algorithm having the higher accuracy. And a hybrid approach of combining supervised and unsupervised machine learning algorithm tends to improve the accuracy of leak detection and prediction. So combining these two provides a better accuracy. And in ensuring accurate monitoring, these are some of the advantages of using an AI-based system. So in an AI-based system, you can monitor pumps 24/7, and again, provide raw data on the pump's performance. As we saw in the earlier presentation, that there's a linkage between pump leak and pump health, providing a better accuracy. And again, AI system can monitor leaks at a very early stages, thereby preventing minor issues from becoming major, hence enabling the oil and gas industry to save a lot of money. And lastly, AI-based system can be easily scaled up or down as needed, making it possible to monitor pumps in a variety of settings. So depending on your pump network system, whether it's very large or small, it can be scaled as big or as small as possible to ensure that it's able to monitor these leaks. So we can say that AI has the capacity to improve over time. So applying this model in real time will help the AI to learn over time and become very, very accurate, that it will be able to precisely detect these leaks when they occur. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Just one question. You worked possibly on a particular pump. Is it possible, or how would your AI work on similar other pumps which were not considered in their work?
Yes. We have something called fine-tuning in artificial intelligence. So what happens is that using this particular model in other fields might work, but to enable or to get a higher accuracy, what you can do is that you can fine-tune the models so that they work better. So you can fine-tune it by generating data from that field and including it in the model to train on that data set as well, so that it will be able to predict based on that particular setting.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. If you go back to your results and where you were comparing field and the pass, go back. Yeah. Can you explain this again, please?
Yes, okay. So after conducting the sensitivity analysis, we realized that about 4% of the data was leaking, and 96% of the data represented no leak. And in machine learning, using this kind of data to train a model, if you don't use a very good precision, if you don't use a very good performance matrix, you might overfit your model, which simply means you might not get the actual representation of the accuracy of the model. So leave one out cross-validation was used to ensure that every part of the data is used for both testing and training.
The reason why I'm asking is this does not look like 100% of data to me. Am I the one that doesn't know my maths again?
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yes. Is it for the figures?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I think for the figures, what happened is that I corresponded it. It was about 3 points. There are a lot of decimals, so I just did an approximation.
Even without the decimal?
Wow. Then maybe I might think probably when I was preparing the slides, I made some mistakes to that.
That's no decimal at all. Okay, thank you.
Sure, thank you very much. Is there any question?
Okay, so moving swiftly onwards. Thank you, Joel. Now we have, and I'm going to make this, I'm not going to say this wrong. It's Lutukome? Lutukome? Is Lutukome here? No. Next one. Okay, so we'll move on to Mame Awa Kwegir Abaidu. Was that good? Was that okay? You'll have to say it because that's shameful. How would you say it properly?
Mame Abakwejer Abedu. Yes, you did well. Thank you.
Mame's joining us from the University of Mines and Technology as well.
In the midst of the discussions pertaining energy transition, I think there's a very big giant in the room we are ignoring. We are ignoring the petrochemical sector. It's inevitable. I'm Mame Aba Kwejir Abedu from the University of Mines and Technology, as Samantha clearly said. And I'll be presenting on an investigation of the technical and economic viability of ethylene and propylene production from ethane gas recovered from the Atuabo gas processing plant. For this presentation, we'll be introducing ourselves to the topic, of course. We would also look at the objectives this paper sought to achieve. We'll take a look at the methodology applied in the completion of the paper. We'll discuss results obtained and conclude. In Ghana, we have our gas resources. Okay. In Ghana, we have our gas resources currently being used for power generation, as well as combined heat and power by industrial companies. That is when gas is in the form of sales gas, lean gas, that comprises of methane and ethane. We have LPG, comprising of propane and butane, also being used for domestic purposes, such as cooking in our homes. We also blend the heavier hydrocarbon components into other petroleum products. We have the petrochemical sector, being a very rapid growing sector of the oil and gas consumption. So it stands very high in this position of energy transition because we have petrochemicals being very important and currently not having any substitution, as we clearly know. Here I have some images of the uses of petrochemicals. These are inorganic fertilizers, plastics, detergents, even in our health sector for sterilization, paints and epoxy resin. And even in our energy transition, we will need certain petrochemicals to produce certain parts of wind turbines, solar panels, and the like. We have petrochemical sector being used in almost every sector of our economy. And particularly in Ghana, I believe it will be very, very beneficial to invest in the production of petrochemicals, of course, if found to be economically viable. That is when this project comes in. I am proposing an optimization of the ethane gas, which is originally used as sales gas in power generation and combined heat and power, for the production of petrochemicals, which has records of large imports in Ghana currently. This paper seeks to examine existing methods of large-scale ethylene and propylene production and to select the most feasible and applicable method to be implemented. to simulate an ethylene production plant design using Aspen HYSYS process simulation software, and to conduct an economic analysis of the investment to examine profitability. That would employ the Aspen Process Economic Analyzer, as well as data from the US Department of Energy. This table compares existing methods of ethylene production. I have the steam cracking method, the catalytic ethane dehydrogenation method, as well as the oxidative dehydrogenation of ethane method. The steam cracking method employs the heating of ethane gas, in this case, to very high temperatures, that is particularly at about 850 degrees Celsius, to produce ethylene in the midst of other byproducts. However, in the steam cracking method, we have various side products being produced. We have a wide range of side products, including aromatics, light gaseous hydrocarbons, and coke deposition. That is when the catalytic ethane dehydrogenation and oxidative dehydrogenation of ethane methods come in. These employ catalysts to increase selectivity towards ethylene production and to limit your side products produced. EDH, which is catalytic ethane dehydrogenation, uses catalysts such as platinum and palladium containing systems or aluminosilicates to select ethylene particularly and to reduce your side product formation. Oxidative dehydrogenation of ethane also uses metal oxides or molten alkali chlorides such as lithium chloride, sodium chloride, potassium chloride over dysprosium oxide to produce ethylene. As said earlier, steam cracking is highly energy intensive, very endothermic. EDH is also energy intensive. However, oxidative dehydrogenation of ethane has limited energy intensity. Due to the use of catalysts in the subsequent methods mentioned, we have high selectivity, of course. However, they suffer catalyst deactivation, and so you are going to be having your process disrupted due to your catalyst deactivation, and so also incurs high cost to replace your catalyst or to activate them again. Also, the EDH method suffers ethane hydrogenolysis, and subsequently it will polymerize to coke. The oxidative dehydrogenation of ethane also suffers variety of environmentally hazardous chlorine-containing materials, which is going to pollute the environment, of course. It will produce a lot of chlorine compounds into your environment, incurring high costs to eliminate them from your final product. For the purpose of this investigation, only steam cracking will be considered. We have a more specific feed. As I said earlier, we are going to be using ethane gas, and steam cracking is geared towards your specific feed. We have a specific feed being ethane gas and increases our selectivity towards ethylene production. No catalysts are required, and so your product is highly assured of not being constantly disrupted, increasing high costs of elimination of catalyst as well. We have comparatively anticipated lower costs to be incurred, since you do not have to invest highly in removing the chlorine-containing compounds formed. It is also used widely, and so you are going to be having available facilities as well. For the process simulation as well as the economic analysis, I use data from the Ghana National Gas Company's database. This represents data of ethane gas produced in the month of June 2022. So this is a summary of the properties and quantities of ethane gas used in this analysis. Here I designed an ethylene production plant, as I said earlier, by the use of Aspen HYSYS. For this production, I selected each hydrocarbon component involved in the process. I selected my fluid packages to be SRK and Penn Robinson due to the hydrocarbon nature of this simulation. Therefore, then I went on to select each equipment and then inputted its properties and ran the process successfully. As we can see, all equipment are in ash and all feed streams in blue, energy streams in red, indicating that the simulation was run successfully with no errors. To quickly go through the entire process, we have the cracking section where the ethane gas is briefly heated using a heat exchanger and subsequently a heater. At this point, the ethane gas reaches temperatures of about 600 degrees Celsius before it enters the ethane cracker, that is the steam cracker or the furnace, where it is heated subsequently to about 850 degrees Celsius, where you obtain your ethylene and other side products. After that, the products are cooled in the transfer line exchanger indicated here, and then subsequently to a quench tower, which employs the use of a quench water to quench your gas. Due to the quenching, you are going to have the heavier compounds dropping out through the bottom of the quench tower, and then your gases comprising of ethylene gas as well as all other gaseous components exiting the top. Exiting the top, sorry. After the quenching, the gas is subsequently going to be compressed prior to acid gas removal and drying. This indicates 3 stages of gas compression here, and then subsequently it is removed. Acid gases are removed. This is to prevent ice and hydrates formation. The caustic scrubber is upstream the drying section, which is indicated here, to prevent the formation of ices before you dry. After the drying section, the products go through stages of separation using distillation towers. We have a depropanizer here, and then subsequently a demethanizer and a deethanizer. So moving to the depropanizer section, we have C3 components and lighter hydrocarbons exiting the top of the depropanizer, and then C4 plus components going below. We have C3 and below compounds then entering the demethanizer, where the demethanizer is supposed to separate C1 through the top and then C2 and below through the bottom. Here we have C1, C2, C3 because the depropanizer has done the job at the first section. We're going to have the C1 exiting the top and could be used as fuel gas for your cracker. C2, C3 then move to the deethanizer section where they are splitted. C2 at the top, C3 at the bottom. Subsequently to the splitters, where you have your ethylene and your propylene being produced. However, subsequent to the splitting, dimethyl formaldehyde is used here to remove acetylene, which is very hazardous to the compound, to the environment, After this, as I said earlier, I used the Aspen Process Economic Analyzer to generate equipment and then production costs. Also, I collected data pertaining to other aspects of the capital expenditure as well as operating expenditure, which have been detailed out in the technical paper. In this table, I have data of how much ethylene and propylene I'm going to be producing at the end of the operational year. This indicates about 72,000 metric tons of ethylene and 2,700 metric tons of propylene. Using the current prices of ethylene and propylene, I was able to generate the total benefits obtained at the end of the year through the sales of ethylene and propylene. The graph here indicates a graph of cash flows versus the years. Benefits in blue, benefits versus years, which was obtained from the sales of ethylene and propylene production, anticipated revenue to be accrued from the sales of propylene and ethylene. In orange, I have the graph of the costs versus years from capital expenditure and operating expenditure. Using these, I was able to generate the discounted cash flow rate of return, which enables you to calculate your net present value and your internal rate of return. In this graph, I also have a payback analysis, which tells us when we are going to start making profit. After the analysis, it was found out that just before the beginning of the second operational year, profits are going to be generated. At the end, the net present value was found to be about $431 million US. That is with a period of 20 years. and the internal rate of return, I used the discounted cash flow rate of return of 15%. I found the internal rate of return to be about 86%, which is clearly above the 15%, and assuring us of viability. The payback period, as I said earlier, was found to be just before the beginning of the second operational year. At the end, we are able to agree that the steam cracking method is currently the most feasible method based on no catalyst usage and therefore limited disruptions to your process and limited costs incurred in securing catalysts. And also you have steam cracking used because it has a wide usage, limited chlorine containing compounds to pollute your environment, and so on. The net present value and internal rate of return both concluded the investment to be a viable venture. With an investment worth $70 million as capital expenditure and about $12 million as operating expenditure, a net present value, as said earlier, of $431 million was realized. This investment is going to significantly reduce the dependency of our local petrochemicals production companies on imported ethylene, generate income for our country, obviously, and provide employment. It will also provide drier gases for power generating companies. As I said earlier, the sales gas comprises of methane and ethane. And so if we are going to be optimizing our ethane gas to produce ethylene, we are going to be using methane predominantly for power generation. The power generation companies' turbines have been specified to use methane. And so it's in a way going to save their turbines and they're going to operate for a longer period. I'll use this opportunity to thank all who have been very supportive in the production and completion of this paper, specifically lecturers of the School of Petroleum Studies of the University of Mines and Technology. Thank you very much.
Okay, if you go back to your economics inputs, I have some questions there.
Please come again.
Yeah, go back.
Here.
One more. Okay, so how did you get these costs and inputs? I would like these figures. Yeah.
For the estimated cash outflows from
all
production.
these figures, I need to have a better idea of how it was estimated or gotten.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would have to explain this table using this. So I'll go to this first. So for the accuracy of the steam cracking method, if you have, assuming we are inputting 100% ethane gas, you're going to be getting about 78% ethylene. And so after the simulation, I obtained this amount of ethylene and then propylene that will be produced. So it's in terms of percentages. You have yearly supply of ethane gas being about 92 million kilograms. And so converting that into metric tons, these are the figures you'll be having. So this figure is actually from the database of the Ghana National Gas Company. That is the quantity of ethane gas that you are going to be obtaining for the entire procedure.
Okay, and the USD?
Okay, so these are current prices of ethylene and propylene. $1,235 per metric ton, and propylene being $1,133 per metric ton of propylene. And so upon obtaining the metric ton values of ethylene and propylene I'll be getting at the end of the operational year, I can estimate how much I'm going to be making out of the amount I will get at the end of the year. I don't know if I've been able to answer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's okay, it's okay. I want you to refer how you got your prices. I see 123 USD per ton, MT of course. How you got your data from? If it was stipulated, let me know how you stipulated it. That was for slide 12. I feel slide 13. Go to the slide 13. The next slide. I wish you could give a traditional method that exists that you want to propose a new one, so we can now compare the economics. I feel 86% IRR is not a project.
Come again?
86% IRR is huge. So it means that
Yes.
I don't think the country or the industry is that stupid not to explore such an opportunity. If IRR is 86%, so it's virtually, so no wonder your payback time is at zero.
Yes.
I mean, at the word go, you're already paying back. I don't know your capex. I don't know how you tell me ads.
Okay.
So I cannot even justify how you're going to pay back with that revenue that you're estimating. If this exists, I think this business is very feasible, and we don't even need to think twice.
So, can I go ahead, please? Okay, so for data informing my values, I have everything detailed out in the technical paper. However, because these are slides, I can't provide all those in the slides. However, I don't believe, from my research, this investigation has never been done in Ghana. And so I don't think anybody knows whether this is a viable venture or not until this exploration. This is subject to reform, yes, but pertaining to the data I have and the analysis I have obtained, this is a very viable venture.
Why are you clapping? Whether she's lying or not lying, you don't know. You're just clapping. But you still not answered my question. I know you have it detailed in your project work. This is the way students will go about a Viva, letting you know that they have it, but sometimes they don't even have it. I'm not saying you don't have it. I trust you.
Yes.
Okay? I don't have trust issues. But the problem is, can you tell me your capex? One. Yes. I know you have it, so you should tell me, even though it's not here. If it's here, fine.
It is. I said earlier that I provided it here. However, the details are very large tables.
It's okay, it's okay. I know
Yes,
they are large tables.
they are here.
I know.
70 million US
70
dollars.
million. Okay, now go to your revenue. Go to your revenue.
It's also below.
No,
okay,
go to
the table.
Yeah, the table. All right. Yeah, so. All right. We'll talk later.
Well, a quick one. Supposing a private man wants to invest into this without relying on Ghana Gas setup, do you have an idea how much it's going to cost to set up the whole thing that you designed?
Okay, I provided the entire cost of production. That is the capital expenditure and the operating expenditure. So this key thing to note is that the operational expenditure is going to be invested each year. That is to produce your ethylene and propylene. However, the capital expenditure is only for the first year. Okay.
One, two. I think his question needs clarity. We don't need you to school us when you invest capex and when you invest opex. We know that already. Mm-hmm. He's asking you, is it an additional or incremental expenditure on the infrastructure at Ghana Gas, or in case you need to set up entirely new? Do you still need 70 million? So 70 million can set you up with your GPP, everything, or not?
Okay, so the structure or the infrastructure at the Ghana National Gas Company doesn't include ethylene production. This starts from the ethane cracker. And so to implement this, you only need pipelines to connect from your de-ethanizer from the Ghana National Gas Company, and then make the whole setup for this investment.
Then you bring back to the transmission line.
Yes.
To transmit it.
Yes, exactly.
So now his question is clear. So this is an incremental cost, right?
Yes.
Good. But in case you want to start afresh, how much do you need?
You want to start this project afresh.
Correct. Without Ghana gas.
Without
Assuming
Ghana
that
gas.
the GDP train 1 doesn't exist at all.
Okay, this is actually a case study that is going to be implemented in Ghana. And so that is why I use data from the Ghana gas, because that is where we are certain to be receiving ethane gas.
Okay.
And so if this is going to be applied in a different country.
Correct. So assuming there's no GPP today, you are to have a new GPP. All right?
Yes.
And now your methodology, I mean your case to be added on to that particular plant. How much is it going to cost you?
Okay. This for the construction of facilities, you need specifications. You need to know how much ethane you are going to be using, how much of each product or feed you are going to be using. That would inform the sizes and specifications of your plant. Okay. And so to design the plant, you need to know the specifications of the gas you are going to use.
So assuming you know already.
Assuming you know.
Yes, you know already.
Then your whole economic analysis changes because your specification may be different, and so you need maybe a larger or smaller design of all your equipment. I don't know if I've answered the question, but you need to know how much you are going to invest to be able to know the
so
sizes.
I'm asking you, how much should we invest if the plant doesn't exist? So
the gas processing plant, then you don't even have ethane gas to start with. You don't have feed gas.
But you have a feed gas coming, okay? There's still feed gas coming, a raw gas coming from upstream. We have come to you as a project consultant. Tell us, okay, how much we need to now install this plant. That will do everything entirely.
Okay, so without processing the gas.
Exactly.
Okay, then that will also be, that means you'll be using the quantities of the entire raw gas.
Exactly.
So it comes back to the same thing. You need different sizes of equipment because you have different specifications that are going to be used as your feed gas. So that will require an entire analysis to begin with.
Good. So it will require another analysis to give us another capex, right?
Exactly.
That's fine.
So one final question from me, right? You are getting your gas from the Ghana gas, right? Upstream. So are you saying that you are sure of getting this gas every day, 24 hours, non-stop, no downtime? Because that's what that 8766 looks like to me.
Okay. This, to clear the doubts, this is ethane gas recovered after processing at the Ghana National Gas Company. I used data for June 2022. I compared it to data for other months.
Yeah.
Yes.
Another question. Oh, sorry, same question. Operational year 8766, meaning every day of the year, every hour, no downtime. The plant is working.
Thank you.
Is that what you mean?
Thank you very much.
I need to see that plant.
This is an estimation. When any design or any infrastructure is set up, it is prone to failure. There are conditions or situations that are not catered for and that are not anticipated. However, you hope to be operating 24 hours. That doesn't mean you won't come across certain events that will will cause you to stop operation at some point in the year.
So this is not a question. This is not for knowledge sake, right? No matter what the plan is, anywhere in the world, even tomorrow, the moment you are building it, you are also going to have to factor in your downtime, whether it's going to be scheduled downtime or unscheduled downtime, and that changes your economics totally. You don't plan for 24 hours, right? There will be other plants in the world that are already operating or somewhere close to you in Ghana. So those are the things that you use as analog to say, okay, this kind of plant is operating in XYZ location. This is how it has operated in the past 10 years. And I'm sure that none of those plants you to maintain. Not to talk
Yes.
of repairs or replace and all that. You cannot use 24 hours production without downtime in your facilities.
So, I mean, that's a basic economics. So, if you're doing a forecast, you have to plan your maintenance days.
Yes.
Normally, 365 days minus the planned maintenance. Normally, for forecasting, 20 to 15 days for sure. So, the question is 876 is assumed to be the entire, the whole year. But you cannot run a plant the whole year
Yes.
without maintenance. I think that's the word. That's what he's talking about.
Thank you very much. To clarify this, I said already that I use the Aspen process simulation software. Right after simulating, and you go on to run and then to provide your results, it uses the 8766. I know that I was supposed to maybe take some of the days or the hours out. Yes, and I've noted that. However, with the values I have here, I don't think even if I'm to take out the days, it will be a venture that would fail.
Yeah, I mean, of course, an IRR of 86%. I think I'm very interested. We have to talk after this.
Yes,
this
exactly.
lecture.
They really put you through it? Well done. Through it. Thank you, well done. Okay, so moving swiftly onwards, if I can invite Mary Inyang-Bassi to the stage. Mary? Oh, hi Mary. From the University of Uyo, right? Why are you laughing? That's right, is that right? Well, how is it?
University of Uyo.
Of Uyo. Uyo. There we go. So I'll just get you set up.
In 2020, the IEA estimated a 4.1% increase in global increase of natural gas supply, and as such, the production is expected to grow in coming years as demand increases. And this is why natural gas production forecasting has taken different forms over the years, as there's a growing interest in it, from the mathematical or empirical models to the current machine learning models. This is why in my research I have been enhancing natural gas production prediction using machine learning techniques, and in my study I focused on random forest and artificial neural networks. My name is Mary Bassi, and I'm a student of University of Uyo. Thank you very much. To begin, we're going to start from the introduction, the literature review, the methodology, the results and discussions, down to the conclusion and recommendation. Now we're going to be looking at different terms: natural gas, artificial intelligence, its subsets, machine learning, random forest, and artificial neural networks. So what is natural gas? It's a colorless, highly flammable gaseous hydrocarbon consisting primarily of methane and ethane. And we're doing this because of planning and investment, this research, case in point, energy mix, policy making, which was discussed this morning, risk management, and environmental impact. So according to the father of artificial intelligence, Alan Turing, he defined it as the science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs, ergo ChatGTP, which we all know of. Machine learning algorithms, which are a subset of AI, are those algorithms whose performance improve as they're exposed to data over time. And for this study, we use the algorithms of artificial neural networks and random forest with data of 13,500. Now, going forward, why are we doing this? Because empirical gas production methods are time-consuming. They are physical models, and as such, we need to move towards the machine learning models. Now, when you now come to the machine learning models, you discover that they are not explicit, and as such, have put strain on the functionality of the model against real-time data. And extant research, which we're going to see in the course of this discussion, does not contain extensive error analysis. And the current models for ANN have large architecture, as we're going to also see it in the course of this discussion, and as such, large computational time, which is very important in the industry time. So, in this study, I have built an artificial neural network model and a random forest regression model with the objective to build a robust and explicit model novel to this study, to surpass data gap in extant research, to establish the algorithm and model best suited for gas production forecasting, and finally to do an extensive error analysis as previously mentioned. So to ensure that I had full grasp of what exactly I was working with, I went to read for AlphaTar, who did the first machine learning prediction in gas production forecasting in 2001. I read through 2004 down to the current one in 2022 done by New et al. And Schwa et al., a totaling of over 50 reviewed works. And for my methodology, I began with the data acquisition and selection from wellhead data and gas data collected from an offshore field. And then I moved to the data validation and pre-processing, which was very important, by carrying out statistical analysis such as mean, minimum, and maximum, and as well as data normalization. Now, data normalization is very important when you're doing a machine learning model, because the artificial intelligence understands from 0 to 1 and not further numbers. So I moved towards to data wrangling and exploration, just to familiarize myself with my data, to play around the data, to have an insight to how the data is. And I transformed the data for better understanding through scatter plots, histograms, and correlation matrices. And I moved forward to my random forest and my ANN development, developing the ANN with MATLAB 2022 and the random forest with the GUI of Jupyter Notebook with libraries of TensorFlow, Pandas, Keras, and Seaborn. Then I moved finally to my model performance and error analysis, which is extremely important in this study. And so this is my data wrangling. If you look at the confusion matrix, it's not exactly clear, but basically the highlighted part of the green basically is talking about the gas, and you see its unity. So this is pre-processing. This is before the model has been developed, trying to understand the data. And then if you go to the next gradient, which is deeper or a lighter version of the brown, or the green rather, is 0.7, about 70%, and it's going to correlate with dry oil volume, which is concentrated on, is it helping the gas? Is it helping in the prediction of gas production in this particular well? And we're going to see it in further studies, post-processing or post-model development, if this is actually, if the correlation matrix actually aligns with the result of the model. So my artificial neural network, if you see, this is my network architecture on the left-hand side, or actually the right-hand side if you're watching this way. And I have 7 features, and I have 4 hidden neurons and 1 output. My features included the gas volume, which is the output, the oil volume, the water volume, the flow line pressure, the flow line temperature, the flow line tubing hole pressure produced, the shortened tubing hole pressure, and my choke size. Moving forward, these are my ANN results, which was developed using the Levenberg-Marquardt algorithm. With training in the study was done with an epoch of 1000 and random data division to prevent overfitting, which is common in ANN. And a total of 13,500 data was used in training this algorithm. The data was divided into 70% training, 15% testing, and 15% validation, as you can see in my results. And I used 4 neurons with 1 hidden layers, as I previously mentioned. And to develop this model, like I said, I'm going to develop an explicit model. I had to extract the weights and biases. Now, if you look at the lower left-hand corner, you can see the first stage of the model development. Now, up here, you can see my result from my training, validation, and test, that I have an R of 0.367. I have an R square of 0.877, which is optimal. It's an optimal result. And my validation and my test results are correlate with the MSC, the R, and the R square. And you're going to see that my results are actually far better than those in extant literature. Now, moving forward, continuing with the explicit model development, the normalized data model, highlighted in the light blue, is the one that is normalized, because the data being used to build this model at this point is still in the normalized stage. And then I denormalized it to ensure that it can be deployed for app development. As you can see, the one that is highlighted in deep blue. Now, if you look at the right-hand side, you can see my validation plot, which I had the best at an epoch of 21, which is where my results came from. Now, I move forward to the random forest regression. This was created using frameworks and tools, including Pandas, Matplotlib, Scikit-learn, NumPy, like I previously mentioned. And it's actually more effective, especially for large data sets, because it prevents overfitting. And the metrics were developed once the data was normalized as well, and then it was trained and then tested. And then I did a cross-validation plot to show how the actual and the predicted data related and then aligned with each other. As you can see in the left-hand side, I have a coefficient of determination of 0.961, which is actually a better result than the ANN model, as well as the R of 0.98, which is actually a better result, confirming my thesis in the last statement, and my MSC, the RMSC, and the MAE. Like I promised as well, I did a cross-validation plot, and as you can see, my actual versus my predicted data, my actual data in red and my predicted data in blue, there is a correlation between my predicted data and my actual data. Moving forward, I did a feature selection. Remember when I said in the first one we did the correlation matrix, we're going to see if actually the oil volume contributed the most to the prediction of gas. Apparently it's not. It was a flowing tubing hole pressure produced, and followed by the water volume, and then coming in last, the shortened tubing hole pressure. Now, moving forward, I did a visual representation. For those who could not see the previous one, where it was mostly numbers, I did a metrics comparison of the random forest and ANN results from this study. As you can see, my random forest represented in orange, my ANN represented in turquoise, and the orange seems to be beating the random forest, because in R and R square, the higher the number, the better the result. But for MSC and RMSC, the lesser the result, the better. So you can see that the random forest performed even better as well there, as well as in the RMSC, the R, and the R square. Going forward, now we're here. When I said we're going to reduce computational time, I meant it. If you look at the network architecture, you can see that AlphaTar had a network architecture of 11, 5, and 1. Now, supposing I want to develop an explicit model like I have done in my study, using his model, we're going to have large computational time. There's something we call in Nigeria the Baba. Mokuji et al. Actually came in with 25, 1001. We can't even go there. Now, if you look at my study, for my ANN model, I had 7, 4, and 1, which is the least ever in this study. Now, if you come to the performance, I said I was going to do an extensive error analysis. In research, it's often advised that you have at least 4 metrics comparison, 3 at the least. But most of the studies reviewed in this work had 1, some 2. As you can see, the one done by Nu et al. Had just the coefficient of determination, as well as Mokuji, and then AlphaTar had for MSC. And my study, I did for R, I did for R square, I did for MSC, I did for RMSC, and I even did for MAE. So I have been able to fulfill all the objectives in my study. Going forward, I did a visual representation, as always. For those of us that wear glasses like me, as you can see, the olive is the random forest model, followed by the dark green, which is my ANN model, and the other models by AlphaTar, Mokuji, and Nu et al. As you can see, the random forest and the ANN results are more efficient and more accurate than the extant literature models. In conclusion, natural gas, being the cleanest and one of the cheapest fossil fuel, is projected to play a significant role in the current era of energy transition. Models developed in this study have less computational time and as such has breached the bottleneck of data limitation. The models constructed using these ANN and random forests are robust and have been put through huge data sets with hidden layers have been altered enough not to cause overfitting of the model. Of course, this does not apply to the random forest because random forest automatically challenges overfitting. And with most extant models facing issues based on access to data, I am actually advocating for democratization of data. I know the problem with accessing data, especially when I was trying to develop my model. So I'm advising for democratization of data in the oil and gas industry to help for extensive research in different areas of the oil and gas industry. And this model, as I previously mentioned, have developed an explicit form of the research, rather, to help in deployment for software and app development to aid in real-time application. As someone who is a member of the Gen Z, I'm very sure that many of us can agree that we would love to use our phones to do what we need to do in the oil and gas industry. So thank you very much for listening. I want to thank my lecturers, University of Uyo. I want to thank my section. I want to thank everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mary. Great presentation. I have a lot of questions just to understand what you're doing, but I'll try and reduce it. Okay, so correct me if I'm wrong. We are trying to predict gas flow rates That's what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to predict gas production.
Gas production.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. In future. So let's say we are in 2023. You are saying for a particular facility or field, what the gas production will be 10, 15, 20 years from now.
Yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. So I understood that now. Okay. What is the place of the reservoir architecture in all of this?
Well, it's a gas reservoir, and if you look at my data as I had begun, you would note that there's oil, there's gas, and there's water. So the data was gotten from the Niger Delta region, which boasts 93 trillion cubic feet, or standard cubic feet of gas, and 36 billion barrels of oil. So you can check it.
Okay, so you mentioned, the question is also a lot.
Oh, no.
You said it's a gas reservoir.
Yes, sir.
Where is the oil coming from?
The oil is in the gas reservoir, sir.
Okay. For a gas reservoir, you cannot have oil.
So you can find oil in the gas reservoir.
Except it's a condensate.
So I think if you're looking for context, from what I've been taught in school, in the reservoir, there's oil, there's gas, there's water.
Yes.
It depends on the quantity that you're asking for. And that is why I was talking about data democratization, because if I have an explicit form of my data, I can answer your question as explicitly as you've asked.
So is this a gas reservoir or a oil reservoir?
It's a gas reservoir based on my data, sir.
Okay, fine. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Next question.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm trying to predict my future production of gas. What happens if I am doing any sort of maintenance, pressure maintenance on the field? How does this model show me that? What happens if I want to do any forms of workover in the future? What happens if my wells go down in the future? How does this model do all of that?
Thank you very much, sir, for your question. Okay, so at the beginning of my presentation, or subsequently my slides, I did mention that my gas or my data was gotten from the beginning of production, right, in the well, right? And if you look at my input variables, you can see shutting hole pressure. In my internship, I remember I did a pressure test. We were doing an intervention in the well, and we had to shut it in. So if my data set has been able to span these 7 features, I'm sure that has been taken into consideration. The data is over 15 years. If you look at my paper, it's over 15 years, and I'm sure there has been well maintenance being done on that well, meaning that the data is wide, The range of the data is wide. It's 13,500 data sets. And of course, with my cleaning and my normalization of my data, and with the features being used, I have been able to take cognizance of situations where I have to do well intervention.
Okay, move the slide a little bit forward, where you show your oil rates.
The oil rates?
Yeah, where you show your input oil and gas rates.
I didn't do anything on gas
I
or
saw
oil
something-
rates.
I saw something on oil.
No, I haven't done anything on
Okay,
oil,
go
sir.
back. Go back. See it. Okay, explain this one on the right. Actual versus
The one on
the right.
this? Okay, so I did a cross-validation plot. It was one of my objectives to do a cross-validation plot to see if my predicted data and my actual data fitted, if they have a correlation. It's a cross-validation plot. So collecting the results from my ANN and my random forest with the help of Python, I was able to develop a graph, which in blue shows my predicted values, which in red shows my actual values. And because my results are optimal, there is a correlation down to this point.
Thank you for that. Okay,
Thank
now,
you, sir.
so you have kind of know what was happening in the past. So you're using that to predict the future.
Yes, sir.
So what happens when you are trying to optimize your production? How does this help me, right? Oh, in future, we are producing 10,000 scoff today. Tomorrow, we have downtime. It's going to become 8,000. Tomorrow, a well is shutting. Tomorrow, we have walkover. How does this predict that in the future? I'm trying to understand that because you and I know that the essence of reservoir simulation is for you to be able to do as you like in terms of well positioning, optimization, drilling in future, accounting for things like your reservoir properties. The fact that you have history matching model, which is what you've done now, you cannot use a normal decline, which is one of the reasons why all your decline analysis does not work every time, because it doesn't give you account of the reservoir physics and behavior in future. Okay? So how does this work better than a normal decline curve analysis on my well?
So the point of artificial intelligence, if I take you back my slides to, I think it's definition, you would see that it's mostly data being trained over and over and over and over again until the machine learning model adapts to the data.
Yeah.
It understands that when this happens to the well, that will happen, right? If this increases, that decreases.
Yes.
So that's the whole point of the machine learning.
Yeah.
To be able to bridge that bottleneck, that like apps, like apps empirical model where you have to find B, the harmonic, the exponential, and the hyperbolic functions, right? To be able to calculate, which you still get the wrong answer. If you not even look at Al Fatah's work, the first one he did with Starsman in 2001, he included GDP, included population. And if you look at, like we had that downtime with COVID and the rest, my data actually gets to 2020. So definitely it has seen a pandemic.
Okay.
So
thank you very much. That's also enough. That's enough.
Thank you, sir. Is that all? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we just have one more presentation until we can take a break. If I can invite Oladipo, Jesse, Fatikezi? Yes, here we go. From Federal University of Technology from Akure. Okay, did I say your name right? Fine, okay, perfect. I'll just get you ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Ma. I'll be speaking today on detecting and evaluating thin bed reservoirs for hydrocarbon production. My name is Oladipo Fatukasi. here is my outline. The overview, talk about Thomas Tabor model. We'll go on to NMR, nuclear magnetic resonance. We'll go to the principles, the petrophysics, the results, the conclusions. All right, tin bed reservoirs. What do we mean by tin beds? Tin beds are interbeddings or intercalations of sand and shale that are 1 feet, between 1 feet to 2 feet, and in fact sometimes less, many times less than 1 feet thick. And the problem with detecting tin beds with conventional tools is that most conventional tools have a resolution of 3 feet and above. The gamma, the neutron density, the resistivity logs, most of them start the resolution from 3 feet and above. And I put here a picture to ask what really the problem is, to just show what really the problem is. From here, we can see that there is an object here, and circled within that object is something that looks like a material we are familiar with, but we don't know exactly what on that material, the plate number, we don't know what exactly on that material. But after subjecting this image to post-processing, we are able to, the screen can't show it there, but from here I can even see it on this screen. We're able to see clearly, or more clearly than we have in the former one, what the plate number of this object, of this car is. And that's because it was subjected to post-processing. So for most of the conventional tools, they have this similar issue of just being able to detect, but not able to resolve. But then when you subject them to post-processing, you, for instance, the high resolution resistivity log, you are able to then get a better resolution, but that won't still give you a very, very accurate data that you can work with. So at best, it averages what we find here. It averages what we find here and not give us an accurate figure that we need in computing for production. So Thomas Tabor model shows us basically the relationship that sand usually have with shale, and how what the possibility is for the tools to bypass that particular sand, that particular tin bed. So where we have what we call a clean sand, and on this other side we have what we call a pure shale. But then adjacent both of them, you see there that we have laminated shale between the sand beds, and here we have more laminated shales and lesser sand beds. Now, if we're going to take our resolution to our tools through this particular column, what we would have is this particular interactions will be averaged to either give this, that is the shale, or what we have next to the sandstone would be averaged to give a sandstone. Then I ask the question, is it really possible that we have an absolute sandstone? Is it really possible that we have an absolute shale? So this further discusses what I shared earlier. And so from the point of having a clean sand, we see that there are 3 directions that are plotted here. One direction leading directly to the pure shale, and we have certain objects represented, which I'm going to explain shortly. We have another interaction taking us down, which represents what I call the dispersed clay, and we have one to the left of the pure sand, which is what we call the structurally replaced sandstone. So what this shows us is that there is a possibility of our clean sand to become less clean. That is, there's a possibility for there to be interaction between shale at certain pressures and temperatures that would lead to either the structurally displaced sand, the laminated sand, or the dispersed sand. So the dispersed shale, I beg your pardon. So what we have here is that due to the presence of clay materials, due to the presence of feldspars, due to the presence of micas, they are able to displace the content in the pore of the sand matrix. So they come in, they displace them under temperature and pressure, and then they fill up the pore spaces. That is, shale fills up the pore spaces, and what we have there is no longer a clean sand, rather a dispersed shaly sand right there. And up here we have sandstone being replaced by shale under high temperature and pressure again, and eventually it becomes a complete shale. But then our interest is this middle line, this middle diagonal line, which takes the pure shale, relating it directly to or with the pure shale. What we see here is that there seems to be an interaction, but it's not as dispersed as this other two. Rather, it's more coordinated, and it's taking the form of a lamination through the sand package. And this is the root of what we call the tin-bedded reservoirs, having shale and sand interact with each other. Now, what Thomas Taba helps us to know is the porosity, helps us to deduce porosity from these different points or these different interactions, as well as the tin bed or the laminated sand shale interaction. So Thomas Taba helps us to compute for those, and then we get the total porosity and the effective porosity of the laminated shale, because that's our interest, the laminated shale, because that's our interest. And then we go on to the nuclear magnetic resonance logging. Now, what the nuclear magnetic resonance does is it shows a magnetic interaction between the nuclei, right, of the hydrogen atom, of the hydrogen proton present in either of the fluids that we have, whether water, gas, or oil. And what that does is that it takes into consideration the spin property of hydrogen. It takes into consideration the spin property of hydrogen, knowing that hydrogen has the possibility and has the ability to be influenced by a magnetic field. And what that would do is it would grant us understanding or provide us information that were not available from the superficial or the conventional logging tools. It would help us to know the quantity of hydrogen present in the sample volume. It's more also, it would help us to know the relaxation times present in the sample, and then the fluid properties. Also helps to know the effective porosity of whatever region it's found, or whatever region is taking its readings from in real time. So this is what I'm saying by the spin property. So when you introduce a magnetic field, when you introduce a magnet, and if you check this, what we are, this is a diagram of what the NMR2 looks like. It has permanent magnet, it has the transmitter and the receiver coil, it has a sensitive volume. So when you place that in the column or in the subsurface as you drill, what you find out is that the hydrogen protons, right, they align to the direction of the magnet. They align to the direction of the magnet, either north-south or south to north. And when you induce that field with radio frequency, the protons align at a direction. They align at a certain direction based on the influence of the radio frequency. And because of this alignment, it will take time for it to move from this position to this position to this position. And then what NMR will do is it will measure the time it took for it to move from the position it was when you introduced the magnetic field to the position when you introduced the radio frequency. When you introduce the radio frequency, it will measure the time it took to move to the direction of this radio frequency, and it will also measure the time it took for it to recess back to the original position as if there were no radio frequency. So I put here an illustration. When for instance, if you're on the race course and then you start the race, it measures just like the timekeeper measures the time it takes to get to a line, and then the return time it takes to go back to the original position. So the logging while drilling nuclear magnetic resonance has a very high reliability rate because we deal with the time that it takes for the proton to rotate or to spin and the time it takes to relax. And from here we see a clear distinction that, it took clay bound water a quicker time to relax. It took capillary bound water faster than others. Heavy oil followed next, movable water followed next, light oil, and then gas came last. So oil, when we compare this, oil has a shorter return time, which is what I put as T2 compared to gas. And this is just another illustration. Water quickly returned back to its position in the build-up. Even if you use a long recovery time, same thing, water quickly returned back to its position, and then gas came last. All right, and then we have this figure. We have this figure showing logs, the gamma ray log, the resistivity log, the T2, which is also the neutron, which is also the NMR reading, and then we have this porosity log that has been created. And we see from the resistivity log that resistivity climbs at a certain point, and we see the correlation with the T2 distribution. And then the next region where resistivity rose to, we are seeing that there is a, okay, we can see that there is, the amplitude recorded here is quite uniform, just showing green. And then the very close to the bottom, we have red amplitudes interacting with the green amplitude. Now, the red amplitude we see would indicate that there are fluids that flow. For example, oil or water. So where you have the higher red amplitude, it means that that's water because the return time was fast or was faster than the others. And when you have a weaker red amplitude, it suggests that that's oil. And when you have no amplitude at all, it suggests that that's gas. Now, it shows that that's gas. So I put here that while conventional tools will result in averaging the porosity and the saturation of laminated intervals, that is laminated embedded sand to shale, the NMR will capture accurately the free and bound fluid volumes. And of course, Thomas Taiber model would help calculate porosity of the laminated shale sand layers more accurately than conventional petrophysical logs. And then NMR would help us in determining hydrocarbon saturation, porosity in real time, which we can use to now deduce or get our hydrocarbon saturation, which is the relationship between the total porosity and then the porosity of the hydrocarbon present itself. Of course, we can also use the NMR log to denote or to deduce our oil-water contact or gas-oil contact, as we see here. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thank you so much for the presentation. I just need one help. Can you help me appreciate exactly what is the uniqueness of what you've done with respect to what is already happening? Like, can you help me?
All right, sir. Thank you. I would say this, that I requested for well data sets, and I got them quite late, one. And the data that I got did not include the NMR data that I needed to work with. My intention was to juxtapose what we have in NMR with Thomas Taiber and how that NMR would help you know porosity in real time at wherever you are within the well. But I didn't get that data from the company or the individual I requested the data from. And I knew that it would take a lot for me to get to the finals. I didn't want to make that slot. I didn't want to waste that slot. So I thought to just share the knowledge of what I had done.
No, that's better. Okay, so with that, we'll take a 10-minute break. Oh, sorry, we're just going straight on. Okay, sorry, guys, we're just moving straight on. Okay, so we'll go and move on to Omatosho Temitope from the University of Ibadan. If we could get his presentation set up. give us a second and we'll get your presentation set up. And then after this, we're going to need a 5-minute break just so we can get the virtual presentation. No. Sorry? I know, yeah. But we have the virtual presentation as well. He's waiting online. Yeah, so after this, we'll need 2 minutes just to get the virtual presentation set up. Yeah. Sorry. So there we go.
Good morning, good evening, distinguished judges and my fellow colleagues. My name is Omotosho Temitokwe from Department of Petroleum Engineering, University of Ibadan, and I'll be presenting my paper on oil production forecasting using time series forecasting and machine learning techniques. This is the outline I'll follow from my presentation. I'll start from the introduction all through to the references. Out of the numerous tasks a petroleum engineer is faced with in his professional duties, the forecasting of oil production of a well or group of wells is one of the most formidable. Merriam-Webster Dictionary defines forecasting as meaning to predict, to foretell, or to prophesy. And a reservoir engineer or a production engineer is saddled with the responsibility of forecasting the future performance of his company oil well. However, the job of making reliable prediction can be laborious and time-consuming, and this it can be laborious and time-consuming, but notwithstanding, the oil and gas industry demands reliable predictions. We may ask this question: are they justified to demand this reliable prediction? The answer is yes, obviously, and this is because oil and gas companies rely heavily on production forecasts for profitability studies, capital budgeting, financing, loan work, and training of oil and gas assets in a case whereby the production is not economically viable. Different researches have been done on the prediction of crude oil production. Continuous advancements in science and technology have resulted in significant progress in the development of the oil industry, and this is driven by the global energy demand of petroleum resources. Recent advancement also has been done in computing technology and data analytics, and this has enabled the development of more advanced and accurate prediction models for crude oil production forecasting. The objective of this study, however, is to do a comparative analysis of time series forecasting and machine learning-based approach for predicting crude oil production. For my literature review, I would just be talking about the conventional techniques, which are the decline curve analysis and the mathematical modeling. For the decline curve analysis and mathematical modeling, they have some shortcomings, such as underestimating oil reserves, underestimating production rate, and also sometimes overestimating reservoir performance. And they cannot be used in isolation because it has limitation in accuracy due to oil production complexities. Also, there are numerous assumptions associated with this, such as homogeneous reservoirs and also constant bottom hole flowing pressure, which is not the case in the real life scenarios. This led to further studies about, in line with the objective of the study. So Omekere and others proposed a solution using classical time series forecasting models such as ARIMA and Prophet. And the shortcomings with their work was that their predictions were based on univariate analysis, using the date as the only input parameter, which is not representative of the other features that can affect crude oil production. And also, there's difficulty in adapting to new data with multiple variables. These multiple variables will include variables that could affect oil production in real time. Also, in line of machine learning, Leo et al., and others used deep learning models such as artificial neural network, long short-term memory, and deep neural network. But the shortcoming here is just that there's a poor trade-off between interpretability and complexity due to the nature of the model used. For my research, this is the research methodology I followed. I started with the data acquisition, and I got my data from the daily production, from the Volve production field in Norway. And I moved to the data cleaning and preprocessing stage. For data cleaning, I ensured that I removed outliers that were in data sets, such as negative values, and which is not possible. And also handling missing data by aggregation. I ensured that I handled the missing data because there were numerous readings for the same day, so I just aggregated them into readings per day. Then I moved to the exploratory data analysis, performing correlation plot, and also just having key insights in the data to ensure that I understand data before working on it and building models. Then for the model development stage, I chose some models based on the time series forecasting and the machine learning approach, and also I performed feature selection and data splitting to the training and test set. Then I moved to the model evaluation. In this stage, I evaluated the model based on 3 different performance metrics, which we explain later. Lastly, I performed hyperparameter tuning and stacking on the model to ensure that this model provided more accurate results. As said earlier, the outliers from datasets were removed, the missing data were handled by aggregation into daily frequency, and the 15,634 data points were reduced to 3,327 data points. Also, columns that were not relevant to the prediction of oil productions were dropped, such as the code, the facility, and the likes. The plot right here shows the production history and the production of oil from 2008 to 2016. It is observed that from 2010, there was a constant decline in production. For my exploratory data analysis, I ensured that I performed a correlation matrix with the features that affect crude oil production, and it was observed that there was 100% correlation between the gas production and the oil production. This is expected because gas and oil are produced simultaneously, but for the integrity of our prediction, the gas and the water production data were dropped in order to avoid overfitting and data leakage. And also in real time, it's not advisable to use them as predictors because they would not have been produced at the time we are predicting crude oil. These were the final variables that contributed to the prediction of this model. All right, so just having more insight into the data set, the tubing pressure and the choke size were the top 2 features that affected crude oil production. And from this plot here, it is shown that the tubing pressure is relatively normal, while the choke size is left skewed. For the model development, I used 2 different approaches, the time series forecasting approach and the machine learning approach. For the time series forecasting approach, I used the ARIMA model, also known as the auto-regressive integrated moving average, and the Prophet model. Then for the machine learning approach, I used decision tree-based algorithm, which is the random forest, the XGBoost, and the CATBoost algorithm. For the feature selection stage, 6 features out of the 25 features were selected using reservoir and production domain knowledge, and they were the average downhole pressure, the average downhole temperature, the average choke size, average tubing pressure, annulus pressure, and choke size percentage. For the model development, this data set was split into training set and test set. In the performance evaluation, the model was evaluated using 3 different performance metrics, and that's the mean absolute error, MAE, root mean square error, RMSE, and the coefficient of determination, the R2 score. For my results, taking the time series forecasting approach first, the ARIMA model, for it to be effective in its predictions, some preprocessing has to be done. And the preprocessing that was done is to ensure that there's stationarity in the data set. The stationarity was achieved using first order differencing. This is a process whereby you subtract the value of a variable from a time in the past, from a period time in the past. And this plot right here shows the stationary version of the oil production from 2008 to 2016. This plot right here also confirms that the data was stationary. This is the autocorrelation and the partial autocorrelation plot. For the results, contrary to previous literature by Omekera et al. And others, the ARIMA model performed poorly when predicting crude oil production. And this was because the nature of data set that was used in their research was univariate, just using the date which is not representative of the factors that could affect oil production. And using this model that performed quite poorly on their data set, it actually gave similar results to what they got. But using 45 variants of the ARIMA model, the mean absolute error was 1,683.2, which is quite outrageous, and the R2 score was negative, showing that the model is not so useful. This led to the use of a Prophet model, which is another time series forecasting technique. Performing univariate analysis that was done in previous literature, the mean absolute error actually in the Prophet model performed better with a mean absolute error of 782, which is 2 times better than the ARIMA model. But that margin is actually still large, and the R2 score also was negative. So a multivariate approach was used for the Prophet model because it has this additional function, which is add regressor function, such that you can add other features that could affect production. And Doing this for the perfect model, the only improvement was the mean absolute error from 782 to 709, and that's still huge, which led to the use of machine learning methods for more accuracy. For the machine learning techniques that were used in this study, they were decision tree-based algorithms, and I used the random forest CATBoost and XGBoost algorithm. This is because they are robust enough to take into consideration other factors that could affect crude oil production. For the result of the machine learning techniques, the XGBoost least performed, and the random forest performed best in terms of the mean absolute error, with a mean absolute error of 175.9, while the CATBoost algorithm performed well in terms of the root mean square error and the R2 score with an R2 score of 97.3%. However, these are the baseline model results without any optimization, and they perform better than the time series forecasting models. Hyperparameter tuning was then done, and looking at the hyperparameter tuning, there was just little improvement on the results that was gotten. For the CATBoost algorithm, it performed best in terms of RMSE and R2 score, and the random forest improved in mean absolute error from 175 to 173.7. However, due to the individual strength of this model, a stacking operation was done to ensure that the individual strength of this model was combined together to get a more accurate model that could perform well across the three performance metrics. And this led to the stacking operation. The individual strength was combined to get a better model that performed well across all the metrics. And the stacking regression was done using the stacking regressor library in scikit-learn. The stack model, however, had a mean absolute error of 172.44, root mean score of 402.62, and the R2 score of 97.5%. For visual representation, to my left there is the model used in this study, the comparison in terms of mean absolute error, and the ARIMA model performed poorly, while the stacked model performed best. It is for the mean absolute error, when it is lower, it is better, the model performs better, while for the R2 score, when it's higher, the model performs better. So the ARIMA model performed worse, and the stacked model performed best with an R2 score of 97.5%. For the industry significance, this forecast would help with planning and investment, production optimization, and also risk management. It enables companies to plan and allocate resources more effectively, including investment in exploration and production, and capital expenditures, and also human resources. For production optimization, it can help you identify potential bottlenecks or issues such as declining reservoir performance or changes in operating conditions. Also, for the risk management, it helps you to mitigate the impact of potential disruptions in operations for a situation whereby your forecast is beyond economic viability. In conclusion, this study has shown the limitations of univariate prediction of oil production using time series forecasting models like ARIMA and Prophet, and also the importance of machine learning models in predicting oil production accurately was observed as they outperformed the time series forecasting models that were used in the study. With an R2 score of 97.5% from the stacked machine learning model, this study achieves the aim of predicting crude oil production accurately, and this can produce valuable insights for the oil and gas industry. For future work, I plan to use more models that could improve the accuracy of this model to ensure that I get more accurate results. These were the references used in this study. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And it's a good one to see the oil version of the gas. Okay. So some of the things I want to say are observation, and probably we'll talk more generally after the paper presentation, okay? Now, we all know the normal apps, DJ and the rest, okay? So if, I would have loved to see a scenario where, okay, at the end of this, apps produced 50 million barrels in 10 years, and this one produced 40 million barrels or 55 million barrels. This is the difference, okay? Okay. Like, yeah. I saw some of the things that you listed in your conclusion, and all those things are done based on a normal decline analysis. Your software or your process does not make you to, does not give you the opportunity to be able to optimize more. It just, is the result. The result of what all the other softwares that have been out there, they give us. It's not different. So if in 5 minutes, I can use AppJJ-Curve in my software and do a decline and it gives me something, how long would this will this do that? What is the difference in terms of absolute numbers? You know, those are the kind of things that you might need to be showing. And at the end of the day, maybe we'll talk after. I still fail to see the effect of the reservoir itself. You see, the reason why reservoir simulation is different from all this other approach is because machine learning does not put into consideration fluid flow in porous media, which is the reason why all of you and I went to school to study petroleum engineering. Do you get? What it does is fine. It's more or less just look at your data and say, oh, this is the trend, and it matches it. It's like me saying that every time I stand up, I do this 10 times. Okay? Then that means that the next time I stand up, I'm probably going to do it 10 times. Why do I stand up? What food did I eat yesterday? That's not the question. Do you get me? So for future presentation, please compare this to what was being done before, and let's see what the difference is. Great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so now we're going to have a virtual presentation from Abdulatif Opeyemi Bakari from Lagos State University. It's going to take us 1 second to get this set up. Robert, can you let me into the virtual meeting? Judge the virtual one, so you see the presentation and they do the Q&A. Yeah. Well, I think. Yeah, exactly. We have got it recorded. I think we're just going to have to play the video, Robert, if we haven't got the code. Let's go ahead with the video. Although we need 2 minutes now until we get the judges back.
Oyemi Abdulateef, and I'm here to present
Can you
a paper
pause that,
on
please?
the
Because we just need
predictive
the judges to
maintenance
come
of
back.
an hydraulic system.
Is there an engagement after this?
Yes.
What time does the engagement start?
It's supposed to start immediately after this.
What, here?
No, down there, cocktail.
Oh, right, okay.
Organize a cocktail.
Okay.
Um,
We've got four left. We've got one film video which we're going to watch, and then we've got four. Yeah, I know, but there's a cocktail reception
right after this.
at 7.
Before 7 will be better.
Yeah. So
Technically
this one-
5.
So as soon as Richardson gets back, we'll look at the time. Where's Richardson? Do you know where he is? Richardson is here.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that's something like that. Before 7 will be bad because the guys are tired. River, what are you doing? You went to Monster. Samantha is coming. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, but we need them their presence. Yeah, exactly. It's those that matter. Yeah, you missed it.
Yeah, I don't think we should put that. Yeah. Yeah, and then they have their meeting, they let them know what's going on and know what.
I would like to run you through my outline.
This is Abdullah.
First, I will run you through the. Hey, everybody. I am Bakari Okpeyemi Abdulatif, and I'm here to present a paper on the predictive maintenance of an hydraulic system using spiking neural networks. First, I would like to give a special thanks to SPE for giving me the opportunity to present this paper on such a big platform. I would like to run you through my outline. First, I will run you through the introduction of the concepts which are to be used in this study. So next is the methodology, that is the ways and the techniques that are employed in this study to carry out the research. Then the results are discussed next. Then the conclusion from those results follows. So the overview. Predictive maintenance, or the goal of predictive maintenance, is to increase the availability of engineering systems. So we can think of predictive maintenance as a technique that is used to prevent unexpected failures in machines and engineering systems. The aim, of course, is to minimize downtime and also maximize the availability of these systems. And in the last decade, machine learning has taken a center stage in achieving that goal. Someone might ask, in what way? Well, machine learning algorithms are used to analyze data that are collected from machines and systems. This data can be temperature data, it can be pressure, it can be measuring vibration levels, and the aim here is to detect patterns and predict when that machine is most likely to fail. By detecting these potential problems early, maintenance can be scheduled before a failure occurs, which avoids unexpected downtime and reduces the need for costly or emergency repairs. So in essence, what I mean is that the predictive maintenance using machine learning will increase the availability of engineering systems and reduce costs associated with maintenance, repair, or even replacements. So what are spiking neural networks? I'm sure we are all familiar with the concept of artificial intelligence, especially since the release of the popular ChatGPT. Well, you can think of spiking neural networks as something like that. A spiking neural network is a type of artificial neural network that is inspired by the way neurons in our human brain communicate with each other. And this communication, the biologists among us will understand that this communication occurs through electrical impulses, which we call spikes. We can also think of spiking neural networks as computer programs that imitate the way our brains communicate through electrical signals. So they use these signals to process information or sometimes even make decisions. So we might then be curious as to ask, what is the difference between these spiking neural networks and the traditional artificial neural networks that we were used to, or other machine learning algorithms? The major difference here is that in artificial neural networks, the neurons communicate with each other by passing continuous signals. However, in spiking neural networks, these signals are discrete. And this simple difference leads to a dramatic increase in efficiency. So spiking neural networks can process information more efficiently than artificial neural networks. This is because in artificial neural networks, the neurons communicate via continuous signals. So the signals is continuously generated across time, and this can lead to redundant computations. But in spiking neural networks, this communication is only done when the algorithm deems it necessary. Till date, there has been no research or study exploring the use of spiky neural networks for predictive maintenance of hydraulic machines. This highlights an opportunity for novel research in this area. Spiky neural networks, as we said before, are effective for simulating brain activity, learning capacity, and carrying out real-world online learning tasks. And some specialized types can even avoid the need for retraining in a dynamic situation after a drift. Well, an example of a dynamic situation can be, in this case, let's say an hydraulic machine on which several sensors have been positioned strategically throughout its operation. So these sensors continuously generate data from their readings. They can be temperature sensors, they can be pressure sensors. They continuously generate data. But a data analyst will understand that over time, the data generated by these sensors will not always be the same. The distribution will not always be the same. As time goes on, this data will deviate from the norm. And this concept is known as drift. This kind of situation, this kind of dynamic situation is one in which spiky neural networks perform excellently in. Because strategically positioned sensors on an hydraulic machine provide spatiotemporal data that models a dynamic situation. So this paper proposes using these novel spiky neural networks to develop a predictive model for hydraulic system failure. The failure that we will be focusing on in this study, I must add, is the failure associated with the cooler condition. So how was this research carried out? First, we will discuss the data set. The data set that we've used in this study is developed by Nicola et al. In 2015. So this data set was obtained from an hydraulic test rig that measures process values and varies the condition of 4 hydraulic components during constant load cycles. So the data set contains 5 different class values representing different failure modes. However, this study focuses on just one of them, as I've previously said, the cooler condition. So the first step in our methodology is carrying out the exploratory data analysis on the data that we have gotten. We can see here, this image here is the correlation matrix of the raw data that we've gotten. So these are the different features that are contained in the data. We can see readings from pressure sensors. These are PS1 means pressure sensor 1, pressure sensor 2, and up to the 6th pressure sensor. Then we also have features from the temperature sensor, this TS1, TS2 temperature sensors, then the volume flow sensors, the virtual cooling efficiency, the virtual cooling power sensor, and a lot of others. So the readings from these sensors constitute the data that we'll be using. And these are the different conditions of the hydraulic machine which we can seek to explore. We have the cooler condition, the valve condition, the internal pump leakage, and the hydraulic accumulator fault. So we also have the stable flag. But our focus will be on this region here, where we have a lot of correlation among different features. So this introduces a redundance into our data set, because when we have multiple features in a data set that has high correlation values, it signifies a problem of multicollinearity, and this can negatively affect the model we are trying to develop. So in order to combat this issue, we also have an issue of multicollinearity here. We can see two sensors, PS5, PS6, they have highly correlating values. So same thing here. So we can see that we have multiple problems of multicollinearity in our data set. So in order to combat this, we use feature engineering technique. So this is the correlation heat map after we have applied feature engineering. The methods that we've used in feature engineering are to combine or find the averages of the sensors that are the readings or the features that are highly correlating, and then get their average. After this average has been gotten, we remove those two features and we replace them with the new feature, which is the average of the ones that are highly correlated. So from our feature engineering, we have created new features such as PS 1.5 and PS 5.5. So these are gotten from this technique, from the feature engineering technique. So and now we can see that our data set is more is better suited for a predictive model. So how was the model trained? Our model was trained using the method proposed by Estragan et al. In 2021. So we have on the left hand side here the mathematical description of spikes. So here we represent spike by by a function which is dependent on the membrane potential and the threshold potential. So if the membrane potential is greater than the threshold, then a spike is released. Otherwise, there will be no spike in the neuron. So the spiking is represented with this function. So when a neuron receives input signals from other neurons through its dendrites, in terms of when we think of it biologically now, the membrane potential of the neuron changes, and if the total input signal is strong enough to exceed a certain threshold value, then that neuron will reach the membrane potential of that neuron will reach a critical level, and the neuron will generate an electrical spike. Otherwise, there will be no spike and there will be no stimulation in the network. On the right hand side, we have the architecture of the model that was developed, which in which we use a back propagation algorithm to train. So the formulation that we've used in this study is we used a recursive form to represent the spiking neuron. So, and this is very it's perfectly poised to take advantage of the developments that we've previously seen in previous studies in recurrent neural networks and other sequence-based models. But the training of spiking neural networks in this form presents very serious challenges. The problem here is that we want to train the network using gradients of the loss with respect to the time. These are the losses. L represents the loss and W represents the weights. So the gradient is this parameter here. So when the issue that occurs is that this gradient, as time goes on, as training goes on, the gradient evaluates to 0. And this is known as the dead neuron problem. So in order to combat these issues, we used a surrogate neuron to combat this issue of dead neuron. So this surrogate neuron involves that we represent this gradient with approximates of the true gradient of the activation function, and by so doing, we can update the weight of our neurons during training and prevent them from becoming dead. So the results from our studies, we have a plot of our loss as time with each iteration of training. We can see here that at the beginning of the training, in the first iteration, the losses are so high, but as time goes on, with each iteration in the training, the losses reduce and then up to almost zero. We have a graph of the accuracy of the model with each epoch of training. So at the beginning, the accuracy is around 20%, but as time goes on, we can see it almost reaches 100%. This signifies that our model is actually very well suited for the kind of data that we have passed into it. So we have the confusion matrix for the colon condition which we are trying to model. So this diagram represents, it summarizes the results that we have gotten from our study. So 0 represents a state of full efficiency of the cooler. 1 represents a state whereby there is the cooler is close to total failure, and 2 represents a state of reduced efficiency. This figure here represents the fact that our model was able to predict all cases of full efficiency. All of them were accurately predicted. Then, this figure here represents the fact that only 97% of the conditions that represent close to total failure were correctly predicted by our model. And then, this figure represents the fact that 99% of the time our model is correct in predicting a state of reduced efficiency. So we have this table here which summarizes the results of our model on previously unseen data. Our model was able to achieve an accuracy of 99.46%, a precision of 99.73%, a recall of 98.95%, and an F1 score of 98.95%. So I'm sure we all know what accuracy means, but precision, for the benefit of clarity, measures the proportion of positive predictions that are actually correct. So, and then the recall measures the proportion of true cases that the model has accurately predicted, or the model was accurately able to identify. The F1 score is the measure that takes the precision and recall into consideration in computing its values. So we compare our model with models that have been developed in the past by different authors. We can see that the spiky neural network outclasses the models that have been, the algorithms that have been used previously in terms of accuracy. So our model was able to beat them in this. You can see MSFTI, which is the multi-sensor fusion-based time frequency imaging model, only achieved 99.32%. The parallel convolutional neural network achieved 99.2%, and the adaptive fusion convolutional neural network achieved only 66.57%. So this signifies the importance or the efficacy of spiky neural networks for these sort of problems, for the predictive maintenance of an hydraulic machine. So in conclusion, we have been able to prove that spiky neural networks are effective in predicting failure modes for a simple mechanical system, and it outperforms existing models in accuracy. This demonstrates the potential of spiky neural networks for the predictive maintenance of hydraulic systems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. There's not going to be any Q&A because it's out of time. So we'll be moving straight on with Prince Bernard Ikpabi from the University of Ibadan. Okay.
Thank you very much. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my distinguished judges. I am Ikpabi Prince Bernard from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, University of Ibadan, and I will be presenting my research work titled "A Machine Learning." All right. I will be presenting my research work titled "Machine Learning Approach to Automated Abnormal Event Management in Offshore Oil Wells." Now, during the course of this presentation, I'll be going over this part of my outline. That's the introduction, the research methodology, the results and discussions, and finally the conclusion. It's already in the slide, though. All right, yeah. Yeah, so I'll be going over the introduction, the research methodology, the results and discussions, and finally the conclusion. Yeah, so for the introduction, to give a background to what abnormal event management entails, I'll quickly define what abnormal event itself is. So from the name, abnormal events represent undesirable events, malfunctions, failures in systems, such as hydrate formation in production line, severe sludging, anomaly, severe sludging. Sorry, my slide. Can I go on? Yes, so from the introduction, to give a background to what abnormal event management entails, I'll quickly define what abnormal event itself is. So from the word abnormal, we know abnormal events entails undesirable events, malfunctions, failures in systems, such as hydrate formation in production lines, severe sludging, corrosion in pipelines, ESP failures, and the likes. Now, when abnormal events, when they occur and are not early detected, it can result in production losses, it can result in environmental hazards, it can lead to increased maintenance costs, and even human casualties. For example, we would recall the Macondo oil spill in 2010, which was due to the failure of safety equipment. It led to the death of 11 workers, the total sinking of the Deepwater Horizon rig, and the coastal oil spill. Now, it just shows the magnitude of losses and costs that we can incur at the advent of abnormal events if when not early detected. Another example is the hydrate formation in production line. When hydrate occurs, which is due to the reaction between natural gas and water, it can block the production line. And by blocking the production line, it can lead to production downtime for days or even weeks. Right, and then it is estimated that the cost to obtain a maritime probe to repair, that's to repair the production line, for example, can exceed the sum of over $500,000 per day. So when we consider the cost and the losses that can be incurred at the advent of abnormal events, it helps us see the need to develop an efficient monitoring system in oil and gas production. Now, the act of monitoring oil and gas production in order to ensure operational safety and to early detect malfunctions is what is known as abnormal event management. Yeah. Now, the problem statement. So, we have defined abnormal event management as the process by which we detect and early diagnose abnormal events in order to bring the operations back to the normal working condition. So to bring this back to the niche of this work, some of the abnormal events, the niche for this work has to do with oil production in naturally flowing oil wells. And some of the abnormal events include the abrupt increase in basic sediment and water, the spurious closure of downhole safety valve, severe sludging, hydrate formation in production lines, and the likes. Now, with the increase in technological advancement, all of these abnormal events or undesirable events or malfunctions can be detected using data-driven approach. It works this way. Sensors connected to the downhole or connected to downhole sensors connected to different parts of the production facility, such as the pressure transducer, temperature transducer, pressure transducer, permanent downhole gauge, pressure choke. All of these sensors, they measure pressure and temperature data. Now, these abnormal events are characterized by dynamic changes in pressure and temperature measurements. So in order to detect abnormal events, downhole sensors connected to these wells develop this data, pressure and temperature data, which is then monitored by surveillance engineers, right? Now, here lies the problem. The data being generated by sensors are voluminous. For example, sensors develop data per second. So for a particular day, we could have about 86,400 observations and over 600,000 observations in a week. So it becomes practically impossible for manual inspecting to be able to capture all possible occurrence of abnormal events. It is for this reason, this inadequacy causes a lag in the detection of faulty events and can lead to production downtime, environmental hazards, and increased maintenance costs. And this begs the need for an efficient operational monitoring system. So this slide shows the work that has been done by previous researchers in a bid to increasing the efficiency of monitoring oil and gas production. The work by Vargas et al., EM Tuva and Morans have served as the fundamental research work for which mine is based on. But a point to note, however, are the gaps and challenges they encountered during their research. The accuracy score and the processing time. All of these are things I hope to, or things I've worked on to improve on in this research, as we will see further. Yeah. Now, this is the research objectives, what I seek to obtain. Yeah. I seek to utilize the 3W dataset developed by Petrobras to carry out a data-driven approach to AEM. My goal is not just to detect abnormal events, but to also diagnose it. When a patient goes to a doctor when he or she feels a certain illness in the body, and the first thing the doctor wants to do is to diagnose that illness, which will then determine the kind of treatment the patient gets to have. It's the same thing here. My goal is not just to detect abnormal events, but to also diagnose it by using the 3W dataset, which I'll explain. And I also intend to use the best machine learning practices to develop a diagnostic multi-class classifier to early detect and diagnose abnormal events. My goal is to detect and diagnose abnormal events here. I'll go back to that. And also to give recommendations on the applicability of this work in the oil and gas industry. So this is my research methodology. It can also be called my machine learning pipeline. We've heard the word machine learning over time today. So I'll go over, what I did was to carry out exploratory data analysis and data preprocessing using the 3W dataset, where I tried to, I cleaned the dataset, I split it, I reduced the noise. All of this I'll explain over time. Yeah, and then I carried out feature engineering. The goal of feature engineering was to look into the data and develop other features. I developed statistical features and timestamp features to represent the dataset. Also, I carried out feature selection, and then I chose machine learning models from the scikit-learn library, and I trained these models on the train set, which was divided from the exploratory data analysis, 75 to 25% for train and test. And then I validated these models using the test on non-test set. Now, this is the 3W dataset. Just an overview of it. It contains, it's a publicly available dataset containing labels of abnormal events. The instances there are abrupt increase of basic sediment and water, spurious closure, and the likes. So these instances were labeled. Now, the 3W it was gotten from 21 wells from historical production from 2012 to 2018 by Petrobras. It contains real instances that were gotten from the plant information system, simulated instances to make up for the frequency of abnormal events that are less in the real instances, and they were gotten from the OLGA multi-phase dynamic simulator from Schlumberger, and then hand-run instances. Now, in this my work, I did not just detect or diagnose one abnormal event, but I detected and built a machine learning model to diagnose 5 abnormal events. They include the quick restriction in production choke, the hydrate formation in production line, the abrupt increase in basic sediment and water, the spurious closure of downhole safety valve, and the rapid productivity losses. Now, this gives an overview of the 3W dataset. containing pressure and temperature measurement at different parts of the production facility. For this work, to process the data, I tried to remove the noise. What I did was this. The sensors record data per seconds with very little changes in pressure and temperature. So what I did was to move the timestamp from a second basis to a minute basis so as to reduce the noise in the data set. I also had to split the data into 75% and 25% for train and test. Also, in a bid to ensure or to continue with a realistic condition, the data contained missing and frozen values, which may have been due to sensors or system or network communication issues. But rather than removing these missing values, in order to ensure that the data remains a realistic condition, I inputted the missing values and I kept the frozen values there without removing them to ensure applicability of whatever was being generated, the model. And then the features chosen for this work, the basic features, are the pressure at the permanent downhole gauge, the pressure at the temperature pressure transducer, the temperature at the temperature pressure transducer, the pressure upstream of the production choke, and the temperature downstream of the production choke. These were the primary features I used. For the other features, they represented temperature and pressure measurement from artificial lift. But because these wells were naturally flowing wells, I left out those features. And for this work, I utilized data from 16 wells rather, containing over 600,000 observations. Now, I analyzed the data and carried out feature engineering. The goal of analysis is to look into the data to try to find patterns, to try to find insights into the data. It does not necessarily give a definitive decision, but just helps us see patterns in the data. Now, when we look at these plots here, at springtime, we find out that we have the abrupt increase of basic sediment and water being recorded. And we know that Petrobras at Espirito Santos, at springtime, it is characterized by strong winds and ocean currents, which can lead to deposition of sediment. So by carrying out data analysis, we are able to identify quite a number of trends of how these abnormal events, how they occur per season. Also, in order to select a machine learning model to train and to enable us predict, that's to detect and to diagnose this abnormal event, we looked at two major criteria. Can we trust the output of the model? Is this model, the output, can we trust it? Is it interpretable? And also, is this the best, that's the performance of the model, is this the best model that can be built? So when we looked at this, we tried to create a balanced trade-off between the interpretability or simplicity and the accuracy. And in doing that, I chose 3 models for this work: the decision tree classifier, the logistic regression classifier, and the random forest classifier. Having chosen these 3 models, I trained them on the data set, and then I tested these models here on the data set using 2 particular metrics. That's the accuracy and the F1 score. Now, this table shows the comparison of the different models that were built. From this comparison, we can see that the linear regression, having a score of 0.44, and the decision tree, a score of 0.94 accuracy, performed less compared to the score of the random forest with a 0.97 accuracy. The random forest also achieved the highest F1 score metric on the test set with a 0.98 value. Now, looking at this, the confusion matrix using the random forest shows the performance of the random forest model in not just detecting anomaly, but in also diagnosing the different events. The abrupt increase of basic sediment and water, the spurious closure of downhole safety valve, the rapid productivity loss, the quick restriction in production choke, and hydrate information line. We can see it achieved 100% in detecting normal conditions. Now, all of these abnormal events occurred at the faulty transient state. And he achieved 100% in detecting abrupt increase of basic sediment and water, 100% in detecting spurious closure of downhole safety valve, 96% in detecting rapid productivity loss, 94% in detecting quick restriction in PCK, production choke, and 100% in detecting the hydrate in production line. So to stress further on this, the novelty of this work stems from the fact that I utilize the computational power of a machine learning technique to develop a diagnostic machine learning algorithm that classifies abnormal events satisfactorily. Thank you, sir. Now, this represents the future importance of this work. This shows the different features and how they contributed to the result of this work. Now, comparison with the work of other researchers. Quite a number of researchers have worked on this same data set. When we look at this, we see that this study achieved a better accuracy compared to the work of other researchers. And you can see the date, 2021 and all. But this study achieved a better accuracy compared to the work of other researchers. When analyzed data solves half the problem from the future engineering. Now, looking at this, the application in the machine learning, that's in the industry it shows a practical application of machine learning. It can also, the model developed can be used for production surveillance, also in abnormal event management. Petrobras in 2017, having recorded a production loss of over 1.5 million barrels, corresponding to $75.7 million, decided to generate the TVW dataset in order for researchers to develop machine learning models that can complement the parametric univariate model, or at best to replace it. From this work carried out, I have developed a model that performs better than other research work done. This model can be used to minimize the production downtime, to prevent environmental hazards, and to reduce maintenance costs. Now, this is the summary of the work. For time's sake, I will look at just the results. The different abnormal events captured performed satisfactorily in detecting the abnormal events. Now, for future work, it can be calculated to SCADA, and also for better generalization, we could use the same methodology for data sets containing more labels of abnormal events. Now, these are my references, and thank you very much. I'm open to your questions.
Thank you so much. I can see you've done a very good job. I just have a question for you. Supposing the data set was taken from an onshore production choke, would your results be different?
Onshore
production.
The model was trained. Every model is a function of the data being used. So the model was trained from the offshore oil wells. So it contains the pressure measurements from permanent downhole gauge, temperature measurements from permanent downhole gauge, and all. So if we would take measurements from onshore, it means we would need to we can retrain the model on that new data set. We can retrain the model on that new data set. So this work is focused on we can build it up for generalization, such that we can include even other labeled events. Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Any other question, please?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well done.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am.
And so if I can ask Roosevelt Teddy Johnson from the University of Mines and Technology. Thank you. Well done. That's brilliant.
Permits me to continue on existing protocol. Good evening, panel of judges. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Roosevelt Teddy Johnson from the University of Mines and Technology, and I'm here to present on the topic characterization of iron ore from Opomansé in Ghana and its potential as weighting agent in water-based mud. So today, my research is going to follow this outline. I'm going to introduce the topic. We are going to talk about the research objective and the research methodology, the results in this discussion, the conclusion and recommendation, the research contribution to knowledge. Finally, I'm going to acknowledge those who helped me to do the work, and I'm going to end by proving ownership of the research work. So, introduction, drilling mud. To some great extent, the cost and success of drilling operations are linked to a drilling mud properties. A drilling mud is therefore a combination of clay and additive with a base fluid of either water or gas. To enhance effective operation and to avoid drilling challenges, a drilling mud must be carefully formulated and designed. Hence, drilling engineers use mud additives to modify the drilling properties to meet specific wellbore conditions. Some of these additives are viscophiles, low circulation materials, surfactant, weighting agent, among others. Barite is the most recommended and widely known weighting agent used in the mud formulation industry. In addition to other weighting additives I just mentioned, all of these additives are imported into the country, thereby making the overall cost of drilling operation expensive. Therefore, to improve upon the viability of a petroleum project in Ghana, it necessitates the search for local materials that can perform similar to imported materials and are cost-effective compared to imported materials. The search of local material will sustain the petroleum industry in Ghana. It will no doubt provide logistical improvement, substantial cost saving, and help meet the local content aspiration. Some of the iron ore deposits in Ghana are the Pudu iron ore deposit in the Upper West region, the Shianin iron ore deposit in the Northern region, and the Opomansi iron ore deposit in the Western region. These iron ore deposits could serve as a source of minerals for iron making and a source of weighting agent for cement and drilling fluid operations. Hence, this research sought to characterize iron ore from Opomansi in Ghana and assess its potential in water-based mud. So, to the objective of the research, we are to characterize the locally sourced weighting agent. We are to examine the performance of the locally sourced weighting agent in water-based mud. So, to the research methodology, we have to obtain the weighting agent as applicable. So we have our barite, which is the imported weighting agent, and our opomansi, or which is the locally sourced weighting agent. However, this our locally sourced weighting agent wasn't obtained in its fine state. We had to go through a series of processes, which I'm going to take you through right now. So we got the opomansi ore from the deposit in a stony size form. We had to hammer crush the sample. The hammer crush sample was then sent to a cone crusher to get crushed by the cone crusher. The cone crusher was then, the sample from the cone crusher was then sent to a ball mill to get pulverized to the fine particles that were used to conduct the research. Also on the methodology, we are to conduct an XRD and SRF fluorescent test on the sample. We are to conduct lab tests such as the pH test, the rheological test, the mud gate and filtration test of the sample. So these are the lab equipment that were used to conduct the research or the experiment. The following equations and formulas used to obtain the figures or the data, the following equations and formulas were used to obtain the figure that were used to analyze the data. So, to our methodology, still on our methodology, that's our composition of the mud formulation. We have our hematite and our barite. Actually, we formulated a simple drilling mud with the only additive being the mud weight, the weighting agent, So we conducted the XRD and the XRF test. First, the XRD test gave us the phase identification of a crystalline material. It also gave us the percentage representation of each of the minerals in the crystalline material. So if you look at this figure here, we have a blue line with various peaks. These peaks represent the phase of the crystalline material. And on each peak, we have our chemicals. It's not clear, but if you look on each peak, there is an FeOOH chemical present, which is a hematite. Now, based on this result, even though we have hematite being dominant, we cannot conclude that the opomansi ore is a hematite. We had to further appreciate the chemical, the percentage composition of each of the elements. Hence, we conducted the XRF test, which gives us the percentage composition of each of the elements present in the ore. So from the XRF test, we can see an Fe to O3, which is a hematite, having a percentage representation of 75.20 being the highest of the all, followed by aluminum oxide and silicon oxide having a percentage representation of 9.774 and 7.273. So we conducted a specific gravity test on the sample to determine their weight, and it was observed that hematite came out with a specific gravity of 3.61 and that of barite with a specific gravity of 4.16, making the barite more denser than the hematite. We conducted a pH test. Ideally, API recommends a pH value of 8 to 10.5. From our pH test, it's observed that hematite fell within the range of 8 to 10.5. However, with our barite, our pH value decreased with increasing temperature. And this is as a result of the presence of the aluminum oxide and the silicon oxide, which are assumed or known to be acidic oxides. Sorry about that. So we go to the rheological test. So I would like to make some emphasis before we continue. The subsequent slides are presented in this form. We have two figures or two graphs, one at 25 degrees and another at 40 degrees. However, we have our blue line representing the hematite sample and the red line representing the barite sample. Now we choose to vary the temperature because it is understood that a geode formation wouldn't present a constant temperature throughout the life of the field. So we needed to vary the temperature to appreciate the performance of the various weighting agents at varying temperatures. So now, we did the plastic viscosity test. And we know the plastic viscosity is a resistance to flow offered by a fluid. This resistance is as a result of the frictional force between the fluid undergoing deformation under shear stress and the solid particles in the fluid. Ideally, plastic viscosity should increase with increasing mad weight and should also decrease with decreasing mad weight. Now, from our graph, at 25 degrees, at a lower temperature, as the mad weight increases, we realize that the plastic viscosity value of hematite increased with the increasing mad weight. Please, can I continue? Also, the same graph at 40 degrees, we realize that the hematite increased with increasing mad weight. However, their plastic viscosity decreased because the temperature was increased. It's not clear, but you realize that the highest plastic viscosity value here was 20, whilst that of the 25 degree was 30. We did the apparent viscosity too, and also hematite performed better than barite, which is the locally sourced weighting agent. We also did the yield point test, and we know that yield point is the maximum stress a solid can withstand before undergoing permanent deformation. It's an important factor in drilling operation because a high yield point indicates good carrying capacity for a drilling fluid because it allows the drilling fluid to carry its own particles and also carry along drilling cuttings from bottom hole to the surface. So now, again, at 25 degrees and at 40 degrees, our blue line, which is hematite, performed far better than that of barite at both temperatures. We did the 10 seconds and the 10-minute gel strength test. And the importance of the gel strength test is to determine the amount of gelation that will be formed when circulation ceases. This also gives us the amount of torque or pressure that will be needed to restart circulation, and also gives us the suspension capacity of a drilling fluid. So, again, our locally sourced hematite at varying temperature perform our hematite at varying temperature perform better than that of the barite. That's the same as the 10 minutes. I just said the 10 minutes and 10 seconds. So we did the filtration and mark take test. And the filtration test is a measure of the volume of liquid that escapes the fluid into the formation. And the mark is also the thickness of the sheet that is formed on the wall of the formation. Now, a lower filtrate volume is an indication of a good drilling fluid, and a thin filter cake is an indication of a good drilling fluid. However, specifically with the mud cake, we have hematite having a higher mud cake compared to barite. This as a result of the fact that hematite was a bit denser than barite, and we needed to use more volume of the hematite to obtain a similar a mud with that a lower volume of barite was used. So to the conclusion, the predominant mineral contained in the Opomansi ore was an FeOOH geotite hematite with a percentage composition of 75.204. The average specific gravity of hematite was 3.61 and that of barite was 4.14, making the barite more dense than the hematite. The pH value of hematite decreased with increasing mud weight, while that of barite increased with increasing mud weight. And for this phenomena is as a result of the presence of the aluminum oxide, as I said, an acidic oxide that was present in the hematite ore. We also have the hematite producing a very good rheological value compared to that of barite. Hematite also produced a higher filter cake and a thicker mud cake compared to barite. Now, recommendation. There is more work ongoing, one, to improve upon the acidity of the ore, that is by stabilizing the acidity of the ore to get rid of the fact that the hematite acidic content increase with increasing mud weight. We're also looking to improve upon the hematite constituents of the ore to have from 75 to 100% of the ore being hematite. So contribution to knowledge, the research contribution to knowledge. For the very first time, this work has been able to discover a geotite hematite from Opomansi in Ghana with a percentage representation of 75.204. And for the first time, this work has been able to demonstrate the behavior and performance of locally sourced weighting materials, specifically hematite in water-based mud. So acknowledgement. I would like to acknowledge my supervisor, Associate Professor Eric Boni Bediako, every lecturers and lab technicians at the University of Mines and Technology. And also, I would like to appreciate the University of Mines and Technology for the opportunity to conduct this research. And finally, I would like to appreciate SP Ghana and chapter for the platform given me. I would like to end by proving ownership of the research work. So all along, I've been mentioning Opomansi. So I went to the deposit in Western Region. This is the car that took me there. These are the ore. This is me going through the process, crushing the stone, having the sample, conducting the research, mixing the samples, and reading the mud cake after the mud was allowed to age and everything. Thank you very much.
No. So we don't have any questions, so thank you very much. Well done. And if I can invite Samuel up to the stage. From the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. This is for you.
My name is Ameza Samuel Maudikem, and I'm a student from the Department of Petroleum Engineering, Kean University, Ghana. I'm here to present my research on predictive modeling of greenhouse gas emissions in Ghana towards a net zero future. According to the UN, the oil and gas industry contributes 45% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And hence, it's very important for us to be able to predict what these values or future emissions will be in the coming years, and hence my research topic on predictive modeling of greenhouse gas emissions. The key highlights for my work. In this work, we developed two models for predicting greenhouse gas emissions in Ghana. And the gray model, which we'll talk about later in the work, was seen to be having higher forecasting accuracies. Also, we found out that emissions will rise up to the year 2030, hitting 35 million tons of CO2 equivalent, making a 131% increase from its value in 2016. Also, the main cause of emissions in the energy sector was determined to be the transport sector, and its value was determined to hit 22.9 million tons of CO2 equivalent in the year 2030, making 66% of possible emissions in the year 2030. The outline of my presentation, we start with the background to the study, we give the problem statement and the research objectives. Then we do a literature review and we talk about the methodology, where the overview of the data sources and the models are discussed. We then follow up with the discussion of the results obtained, conclusions, and very important recommendations being made. The background to the study. Today, we've had so many presentations on energy transition. The energy transition is the shift, or the global shift from the use of fossil fuels to renewables. Africa as a continent is very dependent on the use of fuel for two main reasons. The very first one being our industrialization agenda, and the second one being our dependence on the revenues from petroleum production for development. However, we have to be mindful of the emissions that we emit. We have to be mindful of the emissions, and hence we try or strive to produce oil and gas in a way that is clean and efficient in order to tackle the problem of climate change. On the topic of climate change, it has been established that the major contributor to climate change is the emission of greenhouse gases, some of them being CO2, methane, and the NOxes. Global efforts have been made in this regard, and some of them include the formation of the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement in 2015. The impact of climate change on Africa. Africa as a continent releases the least amount of greenhouse gases. However, we are most vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Some of the impacts include the food scarcity, we have droughts, and increasing floodings. Let's look at the global greenhouse gas emission by sector. According to the World Research Institute, it's seen that the energy sector alone is responsible for 76% of total global greenhouse gas emissions. When we come to Ghana, this value is reduced to 40%. However, we have seen an increase by 303% between the periods of 1990 and 2016, where between the periods of 1990 and 2016, we've had our greenhouse gas emissions increase by 303%. That is very huge. My problem statement. Ghana is determined to reduce its emissions by 45% in the year 2030. And that is according to the international agreements Ghana is ratified in. However, we have a major limitation in greenhouse gas emission assessment, and this is because there is a lack of predictive tools to be able to forecast emissions, and this is the purpose of this study. My research objectives. First, I sought out to analyze Ghana's greenhouse gas emission data between the period of 1990 and 2016, as given by the fourth inventory report. I also developed predictive models to predict emission data and forecast future emissions. The literary review. From my literary review, it was seen that two models stood out, that is the ARIMA model and the GRAY model, because of high accuracies in forecasting emission data, given limited data. Other models include the support vector machine, the artificial neural network, and deep learning algorithms. However, the major limitations with this model is with the data set. Given very small data sets, these machine learning models do not perform very well, and hence this study sticks with statistical time series modeling. and that is the ARIMA model and the GRAY model. Data sources. The data sources for this study was from the Ghana's 4th National Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report, released by the EPA, and the energy statistics from the Energy Commission. The time series models that were used for forecasting are the autoregressive integrated moving average models and the conventional GRAY models, GM11. After modeling, the models were evaluated based on 3 statistical metrics, and that is the mean absolute error, the mean absolute percentage error, and the root mean squared error. The computational algorithm. We began by preparing the data sets, by combining data sets from different sources. Then we split the data into training data sets and testing data sets. We perform model development on the training data sets, and we validate the models with the testing data sets. After satisfactory results or estimating model parameters, we proceed to forecasting. Let's talk about the ARIMA model. We've been hearing ARIMA model today severally, but we don't know what the ARIMA model is. The ARIMA model stands for the autoregressive integrated moving average models. And these models simply predict future values based on previous values. And that is the ARIMA model. The GRAY model, unlike every other model used so far, is very, very accurate in predicting data with very few data points. And that is why it has been used in literature so many times to predict emissions. Because emission data is something we call a gray system. When you say when you talk about a gray system, you talk about any system that is unclear, or there's a bit of ambiguity in it, or incomplete information is available. The GRAY model has been seen in literature to have very high forecasting accuracies. Let's talk about the computational algorithm of the GRAY model. We start with the initial time series, and we apply an accumulated generation operation to convert the initial time series to a new time series. Then, the new time series is modeled with a GRAY differential equation. Then forecasting is undertaken. Finally, the inverse accumulated generation operation is used to revert the new time series into the initial time series. We performed analysis of the energy consumption data and the emission data from the 4th inventory report. As seen by the charts in the red, that chart is the total energy-related emissions, and the chart in blue is the transport sector emissions. It can be seen from here that the transport sector emission is a fraction of the energy-related greenhouse gas emissions of Ghana. From calculations and from the graph, it can be seen that approximately 50% of total energy emissions come from the transport sector only. And hence, the transport sector is concluded to be a leading contributor of energy-related greenhouse gas emissions in Ghana. Similar analysis is done for energy consumption. We are talking about energy-related greenhouse gas emissions, and hence we have to talk about energy consumption. We look at, from the charts, there are 3 charts presented by the plots. The very first one is total energy consumption in Ghana. The plots in red is petroleum consumption, and the plots in blue is the energy consumption from the transport sector. Total energy consumption are seen to have a rising trend. Also, petroleum consumption and energy consumption in the transport sector are seen to be perfectly correlated, as can be seen by the blue and the red curves. The relationship between energy consumption and energy emissions is established by determining correlations between the features of our data sets. We performed a correlation study, and we found out that petroleum consumption is more related to energy-related greenhouse gas emissions than our total energy consumption. Also, we saw the dependence of the transport sector on the use of petroleum products from our correlation study. We did modeling and we found the given results. The two models used the accuracies of the two models used were evaluated based on the mean absolute error, the mean absolute percentage error, and the root mean squared error. As can be seen by the bars in black, which suggests the ARIMA model, and the bars in green for the gray model. With accuracies of up to 5% of error, we chose the gray model to perform forecasts into the future up to the year 2030. The two charts show Ghana's future as it comes to greenhouse gas emissions. The points that were seen in black were the historical values, and the points in red that were seen in red were the future and predicted values. Findings from my work. In the year 2016, energy-related greenhouse gas emissions stood at 15.02 million tons of CO2 equivalent. From the study, it's seen that by the year 2030, we could hit 34.7 million tons of CO2 equivalent, and that would be a 131% increase from its value in 2016. The transport sector is also seen to move from 7.17 million tons of CO2 equivalent to 22.9 million tons of CO2 equivalent in 2030, making a 219% increase in value. Also, the petroleum consumption could hit a record high of 6,742 kilotons of oil equivalent in 2030, making a 106% increase from its value in 2016. Ghana is determined to reduce its emissions by at least 45% by the year 2030. From this study, it is seen that energy-related emissions are expected to rise in the coming years, and necessary action should be taking place to control, manage, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions in order to achieve the Paris Agreement and the UN SDG Goal 13 by the year 2050. Also, the gray model provided better predictions compared to the ARIMA model.
Time is up. Okay. So just a quick question. Nice presentation. I would like to ask, are there any other model out there that is used to predict GHG emission in transportation industry in Ghana?
So this is novel studies in Ghana. It hasn't been done before, but from the literature review, it's seen that there have been use of machine learning models, but these models require large data sets. But the emission data we have in Ghana, there are very few data sets. There are very few data points in the data sets, and hence we need models that perform very accurately with the sets. And hence we chose the gray model, which is used, it can take even up to 4 data points to make forecasts.
Okay, I understand. My question is actually a yes or no. I'm trying to get something. Have we ever predicted GHG emission in Ghana?
No, please. No, please.
No. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're on to our last presentation of the day. If I could invite Vincent up to the stage. This is Vincent Nanaboa Ampanash from the University of Energy and Natural Resources. Here he is. So if we can get you set up, just to show you, so that's forward and that's back. So when they have it up, that should work. Okay?
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm in a person of Vincent Nanaboa Ampanash, a student of the University of Energy and Natural Resources, and I'm here to present my research, which is on prediction of gas hydrate formation and prevention in a gas transmission pipeline. The case study of this research is the Jubilee Atuabo gas transmission pipeline, which is a 58-kilometer pipeline that transports gas from the Jubilee field to the Atuabo gas processing plant. And it's an onshore-offshore pipeline, so it has a 14-kilometer offshore length and a 44-kilometer onshore length. This topic, or this research, is a scientific study for predicting the conditions at which gas hydrates are formed in a typical gas pipeline, and also serves as a guideline for eliminating the hydrates that are formed. Madam. So I'll start with the objective of the project, which gives a meticulous and a clear understanding of the introduction to gas hydrates, and also informs the procedures that are used in the methodology to simulate the model analysis 1 and the model analysis 2. Quickly, the model analysis 1, the model analysis 2 results are evaluated, and the evaluated results are concluded on. Future works and recommendations are also made for subsequent review and advancement of this project. Acknowledgements are also given to the necessary key contributors to this project, the materials where references were taken from, and SPE, SP. I don't know. Please check there. I think there is a problem with. Okay, thank you. We can still continue. So, the project, the methodology of yes, but yes. Okay. Gas hydrates present a major challenge to flow assurance problems and production system integrity, as it restricts flow and also disrupts hydrocarbon production. Therefore, there is a need to combat hydrate formation in gas transmission pipelines. We ask, what is gas hydrate? Gas hydrate is a crystalline ice-like solid that is formed in the presence of water and gas in conditions of low temperature and high pressure. Temperature just below 10 degrees Celsius and higher, a pressure higher as 10 bar. So the methodology of the project or the research incorporates the use of correlations and also the use of softwares to make a scientific study and experiment of pipelines to predict the conditions at which gas hydrate to be formed in a transmission gas line and how it can be catered. So in the first stage of the methodology, the Toller and Markatap correlation 2005 was used to predict the condition or the temperature at which gas hydrate to be formed in a gas pipeline. The parameters of the gas coming from the Jubilee field was imputed into an Excel through the correlation, and at the end of the day, the Excel generated a gas hydrate temperature of 15.558, which is approximately 16 degrees Celsius. So this needed to be affirmed, and because it needed to be affirmed, the Schlumberger pipe sim was used to confirm the 16 degrees Celsius. So the temperature and the pressure conditions, the pipeline conditions, together with all the properties of the Jubilee gas, was inserted into the pipe sim simulator, and at the end of the day, the pipe sim simulator generated a value of 16 points. So this is how it was simulated. So you could see from here please go back a little. Yes, please. It could be seen from here. This is the source, the Jubilee field. So the gas is moving from the Jubilee field through the flow line, and because there will be a pressure drop along the way, a compressor is installed here before it gets to the delivery point. So after the simulation, we find out that gas hydrate will be formed, and that was confirmed. That was confirmed by giving a phase envelope. So from the phase envelope, it could be seen that the gas hydrate is forming here, which is, when traced down, you could see that the temperature is around 15 degrees Celsius, which is also here. So this confirms with the 16 degrees Celsius that we had using the Toller and Markatap correlation. So since gas hydrate is forming in this pipeline, there is a need to prevent the hydrate formation. So therefore there was a need for the simulation of a second pipeline which will correct the defect of the first one. So the diameter of the pipeline was altered from the 12-inch traditional pipeline to an 18-inch because the pressure for the hydrate formation, which when traced here, it's around, it's a little below 1,600 psi, which is almost 110 bar, there is a need to reduce the pressure to prevent the formation of gas hydrate in the pipeline. So the diameter of the pipeline was increased to give room for the gas transportation, for the pressure to be reduced. At the end of the day, at the end of the simulation, these were the results generated for this model analysis 1 using the dynamic pipeline simulator. It could be seen that the gas started from the Jubilee field and the temperature started dropping. The gas started from the Jubilee field 20 degrees Celsius and started dropping. So it kept on dropping till it came below the 15 degrees Celsius, which is where gas hydrates will be formed. But because there was an installation of a compressor here, the pressure was boosted. And as the pressure boosted, the temperature also kept on moving higher. So the gas then moved along the pipeline without encountering any further formation of gas hydrate. That is the results for the first modeling. The second model of the pipeline this is the result for the second modeling of the model for the pipeline. It could be seen from here that whilst the gas started flowing from the Jubilee field to Atuabo, along the line, this blue line here is the pressure line, and the red one is for the temperature. As it kept on moving, the pressure and the temperature kept on dropping simultaneously. At a point here where a compressor was installed, the pressure increased and it affected the temperature as well. So the temperature kept on decreasing again from the compressor station, and it kept on decreasing till it reached the 58 kilometer destination at the Jubilee, at the GPP. And because it could be seen from here that as the gas kept on traveling or transported, it got between 55 kilometers to 58. It fell below 15 degrees Celsius, which is the gas hydrate formation temperature. Therefore, any moderation or alterations in the temperature and pressure conditions of the gas moving through the pipeline can cause hydrate to be formed here. So there is a need to install a hydrate prevention method or mitigation method here, either to install an injector here or a heat exchanger or any thermodynamic means of preventing hydrate. But since the objective of this project is to prevent the formation of hydrate and also to prevent it economically, there is a need to do an economic assessment to know the best method that will be used for the efficient and effective prevention of the gas hydrate. So economic analysis was done, and at the end of the day, heat exchangers were considered. The use of monoethylene glycol was also considered because it's one of the environmental friendly glycols among the group. So it was used in comparison with the heat exchanger. And from the chart, it could be seen that the installation of heat exchanger is less than $20,000, and the use of the MEC for simulation 1 will cost a little below 80,000, and the use of MEC for the simulation 2 will cost a little above 40,000. This economic analysis is clear indication that the hydrate prevention method that will be efficient and cost effective for this project or this research is the is a thermodynamic, that is the use of heat exchanger. It can then be concluded that taking this pipeline into consideration, the most economic hydrate prevention method that can be used in this pipeline is the thermodynamic method, which is the use of heat exchanger. With the use of heat exchangers to prevent the formation of gas hydrates. Future works, going forward, it is advised that the project should take into account the simulation of different pipeline sizes to ensure its advancement. And also, we all know that the gas that is transported from the Jubilee field to the Atoabo gas processing plant at a point commingles with the associated gas coming from the tin field. Therefore, a project should also address the hydrate formation challenges that will also be encountered in the tin. That will also be encountered by the gas transported from the tin field. These are the references for this research, and I want to thank the Department of Petroleum and Natural Gas of the University of Energy and Natural Resources and SPE Ghana, and also Blessed Amwako. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the presentation. I just have a question. I don't think, as we speak, the line from the Jubilee field to Ghana Gas is experiencing gas hydrate. My only challenge is with your work, you said the diameter has to be modified.
Yes, please.
To about 18
inches.
Is that the way forward?
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, it's true that the gas transmission pipeline transporting gas from the Jubilee field to the Atoabo processing plant is not encountering hydrate formation because there is a dope of glycol at the Jubilee field. Abundance of glycol at the Jubilee field. Therefore, that prevents gas hydrates from forming in the pipeline. But economically, if we are to compare the gas hydrates that are doped or injected, if we are to compare the glycol that is injected here to prevent the formation of gas hydrates in this pipeline, it is expensive than considering this pipeline. And you also questioned about the diameter. The diameter, it could be seen from the results that the pressure which affected or which contributed to the formation of gas hydrate forming here was reduced by the 18-inch pipeline. But then still, getting close to the GPP, there was a possibility or the tendency of gas hydrates forming here if there is any alteration in the temperature and pressure conditions of the gas coming. So it means if a 17-inch pipeline had been used, the pressure would have been high as compared to the 18-inch. So therefore, gas hydrates would be forming around here. And even if it had been more, it would have been formed in the offshore pipeline, which is the 14-kilometer, and preventing hydrates in offshore is expensive than onshore. Thank you.
Okay, just one more question, then we are good to go. Just so nobody will go back thinking, once you talk about transmission network, then what you're saying is correct. What is the actual name of the pipeline that transports the gas from the FPSO to the GPP? What's the name?
You mean the name for the gas, the pipeline that transports from
the FPSO to the GPP?
It's the gathering pipeline.
Not a transmission pipeline.
So this is not from the FPSO this is from the FPSO to the GPP. That is the Atuabo. This is not from the offshore to, let's say, from underground or from the warhead to the...
From the warhead to FPSO are risers.
Sure.
This is a gathering line. It's a gathering pipeline.
All right, thanks.
I got confused because when I heard transmission pipeline, I thought it was the AA line, the Atuabo Abuazi line.
Okay.
That's a transmission network.
Okay.
Just for information, but the work is okay.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Sorry about the AV problems with that. But thank you. That concludes the presentations for today. I want to say well done to all of our undergraduate presenters today. You all did a fantastic job. I know we've had a few trials with the AV, but I'm sure that the judges are going to be taking that into account. So please don't be too concerned about that. Thank you to our wonderful judges and for your patience. I know that it's been a very long day for everybody, but you've had to be focusing and concentrated all day, so thank you very much for that. And Fifi, what's the plans now? I'll hand over to Fifi and he can let you know. But thank you very much, everybody. Come back tomorrow for the postgraduate version. There's only 3, so Oh yeah, and then of course the Petra Bowl tomorrow afternoon, which is kind of the big event. That should be happening at 12:30, and then the Masters will be happening at 11:15. But obviously there's presentations in the morning, and the program kicks off at 8 a.m. just with registration and networking, as it did today as well. So we look forward to seeing you all of you tomorrow at 8 a.m. And then I'll hand over to Fifi for the instructions for tonight.
Thank you very much, Samantha. So we're just going to close, and after we close, we all move to, there's, how do you call it, a garden or an open space after the Potter's Lodge or reception. I don't know what the name is. Don't worry, if you don't know, follow me, I'll show you. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We bring the day to an end. And we want to see you all tomorrow as well. Thank you. Yeah, we're all moving to the cocktail right now. To have a dinner, not cocktail, it's fine, yeah.